Back again. This isn't the mic. The mic is somewhere closer in here. The mic is in my MacBook. But one weekend, I will go to Guitar Center. I will get like a little workaround to feed the audio out of where the headphone jack is into this MacBook so you can hear exactly what I hear. But for now, we will do this. Name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Town Fair Tire. Ross and Bergen County on the fan every day. You heard? What up, kid? Maestro Cards, great opening. I just do what I gotta do. You trolling tonight heavy. Nah, what you mean? I'm responding to what your owner said. All right, let's talk these Mets. Yo, we gonna talk Mets for sure. Talking Mets with Keith McPherson on the fan. Remember the night Kodai Senga giveaway voucher disaster? Yeah, we're gonna get into promotional giveaways. All right, let's get it, man.
It's WFAN. Call us anytime at 888-808-1019. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh. Right back at it on the fan. Hello. Let's take some calls. Let's talk about everything. Let's have some fun. We're talking Mets. I just felt a Mets vibe and Mets energy today, more so than the Yankees. I don't know what you guys want me to talk about with the Yankees. The photo day, getting to see the guys in the pinstripes. Ooh. What you guys want to talk about? Devin Williams and his 5 o'clock shadow. At some point, we will go over what Rob Manfred had to say about Hal Steinbrenner and the Yankees. And, of course, it'll come up about third base and Giancarlo Stanton. But, man, there's so many more Mets topics, especially after hearing from Steve Cohen, the greatest owner in the world, and, the Vladdy news and even the Frankie Montas injury. And, there's enough. And there's a full rack of calls. So 1, 2, 3. Chris is in the Bronx, first up on the fan. What's up, Chris?
What's up, Keith? I love you, man. You're the best. I just want to make a quick comment about Cohen. King, I've won nothing Cohen. I think the Mets are doing a great job and going in a great direction as where they want to go with this franchise. But let me say this. I'll pay as much for a ticket as Juan Soto pays for his ticket. He has to pay to go to a game.
Yo.
To buy his own ticket.
Hey, let me talk about that for a second. You listen, Chris, you bring up a phenomenal point. Over the next 15 years, they will lose $15 million just to put the Juan Soto suite and his 4 premium seats in Citi Field together every single day to accommodate this guy. About $1 million. That is more than players make. That's more than the manager's going to make. That is ridiculous. You're asking fans to show up, and you just gave people that could pay. Juan Soto could pay for all of his family. He could pay for all of his friends, all the reggaeton artists that are going to show up. He could pay for them, but you're going to comp them. Okay. All right.
That's my point. Thank you. That's my point. You're going to come on here as a billionaire and complain that guys aren't showing up for a playoff series. You can't get him in the seats for that, but I got to shell up $500 not once, but 5 times a year to fill your bankroll now. Whatever Juan Soto pays for his tickets, I'll pay the same amount. I'll be there.
Thanks for the call, Chris. These Mets fans deserve respect because I watched that doubleheader in Atlanta. They were there. I watched the whole road series in Milwaukee. They were also there. You could hear them. You couldn't not hear them. So, Steve, your fans aren't just showing up to Queens. They're getting on planes, trains, buses, gassing up their automobiles to go support the team that they were supporting before you bought it. 888-808-1019. Josh is up in the Bronx as well. Go for it, Josh.
I'm telling you, Keith, man, look, man, bring the prices down, please. You want the fans to go to Citi Field. Please bring down those prices, man. come out and show up. Yeah, but please play the season out, and then you can crow all you want. Yeah, we're here in October again. Please, can you do that like towards the end of the season when you're in there? Thank you, Keith.
Thanks for the call. But no, man, I am somebody that I mean, I'm blessed now, but I can speak to wanting to go to the game and being priced out as a kid, majority of my life. Nobody being able to take me to the stadium. I did not go to Yankee Stadium as a kid, but you know what? I watched a lot of those games wherever I was, and I dreamed of coming up here. And I remember talking to my mom and talking to people in my family and friends and saying, I'll never go to the game. That's for rich people that live in New York. I got a little bit older. Shout out to my wife who took me to my first game because she just observed a college kid and she was like, you watch every single game, but you never go. I'm like, I'm popped. I don't have the bread. I don't have the money. Like, just to even get on the train from Long Branch, New Jersey to New York Penn Station, then get on the subway. Like, I don't even like, plus the ticket and then to eat. The games back then could be 4 or 5 hours. Like, I was so afraid to even embark on that journey from Monmouth County, New Jersey to Yankee Stadium, you know. And I'm sure there's so many people in Jersey, Long Island, Connecticut, and other places that love the team, are updated on the team, follow the team. They have the At Bat app. They watch everything. They listen to this radio station. They follow these podcasts. But to actually show up to multiple games, you got to save money for that. You got to put money to the side for that. And like, that is a compromise. That takes money away from something else, a bill or something that you actually need, a necessity. Going to the game is a luxury. Bring the prices down. Don't raise the prices. Buy some tickets for us, Steve. Donate some tickets somehow. Make a cheaper section. You got all the power in the world. Make a section that's a little more cost effective for the common man. Please don't be so out of touch. Peter is in Lawrence, New Jersey next on the Fan. Go for it, Peter.
Keith, I like your optimism. I like your truth. I like you telling it the way it is, like Howard Cosell used to say. You are correct. If you want people to come to the stadium, got to make it feasible for them during these economic times. I have high hope for this team. I gave my baseball cap to my cousin who was a diehard Mets fan. And I'm going to buy another, and I'll buy another after that. You got to make it feasible. You got to think about the economy. You got to be optimistic, and you got to have Soto baseball, just like they used to have Donnie baseball.
Okay. I'm kind of kerfuffled. I'm not sure exactly where to go with that. Optimism is needed this time of the year. Mets fans, Yankee fans, hockey fans for the second half, NBA fans for the optimism is needed in your fandom, but we also have to be realistic. That's why before I was like, who's got it better than the Mets? And started to talk about like the Dodgers and some of the other teams. Like, realistically, if you want to fill up the ballpark, you have to win. You have to come out of the gate on fire now. For the last few weeks, I've been saying to Mets fans and the New York Mets, welcome to the big show. Welcome to Market One. You're big, bro. We'll move over. This town is big enough for the both of us. You know, online, I get fans that tell me you weren't around for the 80s. You weren't around for the 70s. The Mets ruled this town in the 60s. I guess, bro. I'll take your word for it. Can that come back around? Sure. I also preach stay down till you come up. And there are a lot of Mets fans that they're up right now. They feel up right now, rightfully so. But you know, and I know, it's about what happens on that field. It's about this team coming together. It's about winning. Winning is what will drive the attendance. Winning streaks. And like I said in my open about dominant starting pitchers that, you know, I know there's going to be fans at Yankee Stadium when Cole is on the mound. I'm in the Bleacher Creatures chat. I got a bunch of group chat. Yo, you going to the game, Cole pitching. I know. Shout out to my guy, Joe's McFly. When Clark Schmidt was struggling in the beginning of the year, he kept going to Clark Schmidt starts, and I'm like, don't pull up for them Clark Schmidt starts, bro. I think it was 2 years ago. Like, dominant starting pitchers can help you sell tickets. Juan Soto has already helped you sell tickets. And, they've spoken on that. I did read that, like, signing Juan Soto was certainly more effective than a Super Bowl commercial as far as ticket sales. The Mets got a bump as soon as Juan Soto signed. Of course, Juan Soto is box office. I mean, Juan Soto certainly helped the Yankees, but like the Yankees also have Judge, and now the Yankees have reloaded with Max Fried and Devin Williams and Paul Goldschmidt and Cody Bellinger, and now everybody wants to embrace the Martian and come see Jason Dominguez. The Mets will create their own version of that, but I really feel like they got to lock in. Definitely David Stearns is. That's why I don't think they're bringing back Jose Iglesias. Lock in on the baseball. That's what matters when you wake up in the morning and you go to sleep at night. Lock in on who is playing and competing. And I know the Mets have a ton of gimmicks. I mock them and I joke and I throw them out there every chance I get. From Hot to a girl throwing out first pitch, anybody can throw out the first pitch in Citi Field. Grimace throws out a first pitch. They have a whole McDonald's marketing plan. They gave him a purple seat in right field, a playoff pumpkin, a rally pimp, Seymour Wiener hot dog eater night, all the glizzies you can handle in Queens. All right. They do all of that because it does attract kids. Show up to Citi Field with a purple Grimace costume on. It attracts casuals. It attracts, what the Yankees have, and the Mets have it too. Shout out to the 7 line. The 7 line, no matter what the team is like, they're together in the same spot, matching jerseys, choreographies, spirit fingers. I don't know. I don't know. Zoo, you could speak to some of it better than me. I think I saw you, and we were talking about this earlier, right? Because I don't go to Citi Field, and I'm on record saying, like, I've been to Dodger Stadium more times in my life than Citi Field, which, like, just figure that out. But maybe, you know what? I'm gonna do my part. Now that Juan Soto's over there, I'm gonna show up more, whether it's to boo or cheer him on. Now that they got the generational Juan Soto, actually, no, I'm not. I'm not driving there. I'm not buying a ticket.
Earlier, and I just thought of it because you're sitting here, you're in New Jersey. The thought of how many Met fans, right, live in New Jersey, how many Met fans I know that live in New Jersey. If you're talking about however many games they have over the course of the year that are Monday through Friday, and I'm talking weeknights, so throw Friday out as a weekend day, it's a weekday. People are not able to go from New Jersey. Say you work wherever, Freehold or something like that. You live in Freehold, you live in Livingston, wherever the hell you live. It is going to take you
2 hours. You're not making first pitch. Even if you get out of work at 5. And what are you going to tell your boss? Oh, I have a season ticket plan for 20 games, boss. I got to leave at 4 p.m. to make sure I get to, and like, it's not even guaranteed. The traffic is unpredictable. I've sat in that traffic, bro. Even when you get there early, they create traffic because they won't let you in the parking lot. Like, it turns into a mess. And then the thought of, like, okay, if they're not winning and you go up there and they get rocked, you could leave early. But, like, the thought of trying to get out of there at times too, that ride back when it's dark and it's a weeknight, nobody wants to do that, bro. Oh, that's another thing now with the congestion pricing and $22 tolls now. And if you're coming from Jersey, you're getting hit like 3 different times in New York just to get out there. It is a barrier to entry that is going to make people say, no, I'll sit on my couch where I have free food. Well, not free food, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I have access to a clean bathroom 2 steps away from me in between innings. I can go to the fridge. I can crack a beer. I can make my own nachos. I can make my own dinner. I can order food. And, like, you know what? If I go to a game, it's a Saturday or a Sunday and it's an occasion. But people don't have that much money and time flexibility to do that enough to raise the attendance from middle of the pack to top 10.
I mean, yeah, even though, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier too. I know I made the comment to you, but this team for most of last year was horrific. Like, we're not talking about they were bad. Like, no, they were terrible. And just out of, I guess it's a tradition, a terrible tradition, but I'll use the word tradition because it happens every year. But the month of April, nobody shows up after opening week because
it sucks.
It will always happen until this team gets to where the Yankees are, and that is being an event.
It sucks for the Yankees too. I always tell the story about the 2020 year after COVID when they let us back in at 10% capacity. I was such a fiend for the stadium. I had the itch because I couldn't go to Yankee Stadium for a year. I bought out the first month of tickets. I think it was like $800. And I really didn't have the 800 to spend. But what I thought I was doing was making a play where it would be cheaper than playing the resale market. 10% capacity. You figure there's way less tickets. And I'm a fiend. I'm a fiend for the stadium. I love the team. I wasn't on WFAN yet. It was a terrible decision. The Yankees were so bad. Like, that's when Jay Bruce was out there. That's when Corey Kluber was out there. That's when Glaber was like, not hustling the first. That's when some kids from Fordham were throwing baseballs on the field from the left field bleachers during the Tampa Bay Rays. That April. And I'm telling you, I think I lived in North Bergen. We called that month, and shout out to my guy, Joe's McFly. Again, we did the podcast. We called that month Cold and Mad. That we paid all that money and left Yankee Stadium cold and mad. Never again. Never again going to that. I went to every game in April. You're bundled up. You're shivering. And if they're not playing right, you feel like you wasted your time and money. And you did. Something had to give for you to get out there. Something had to give. You didn't buy something. You didn't pay a bill on time. And you also gave up your time. It is a lot for us to make that commitment.
That was in 2020, right? So the world was, or 2021. So the world was a different place. Like, you're talking about a lot of work from home. You're talking about a lot of just like,
paranoia. We had to get the, chopsticks shoved up our nose to even get in. Okay, you're good. You needed to have a COVID test. You needed to have a vax card, all that just to get in, bro. Never again.
That was a crazy time in life. And to your point, right? See, a ton of people still went to games at that time for the Yankees. Why? Because the Yankees,
they sold that 10% out in the cold and rain of April and the team not performing well. But that goes back to what I hear. And I hear Loogie bring this up, and he's 100% correct, and I've echoed this. It is brand building. The Mets are in the middle of a rebrand. Okay, the Yankees brand is built. The Rangers and the Knicks in the middle of Manhattan, that brand is built. People are showing up, whether it is diehard fans, bandwagon fans, fair weather fans, tourists, kids, grown men, women, families. They're going to sell. It is part of the New York experience, right? And it's part of the New York culture. The Mets are rebranding now where they are more glitzy and glamorous, have superstars, have the richest owner in the sport, have a good manager, and are going to consistently put a product out there. But Steve Cohen can't expect, hey, here it is. Where you at? It's done. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen over the course of 4 years. This is something that might take the whole Juan Soto tenure for them to be able to match. And that as well, you're competing with the Yankees. And a lot of times the Yankees are on the road when the Mets are home and vice versa. But you're still competing with the Yankees for the borderline fan. I remember going to the stadium and I took a picture with these girls. I was trying to find a picture on Twitter. I ran into a pack of like 10 girls from Thailand. And I started talking to them just because there is a pack of 10 girls. They're on the main concourse. And you know what? I noticed they were all fitted up in Yankee merch. And one of them could speak enough English where they said it was their first time at the stadium, that they came from Thailand, and they like planned the trip. They were staying in New York City for the week. They planned on coming to this game. They bought up outfits out of the team store. I'm like, are y'all rich or are y'all crazy? Because for y'all to go into you came from Thailand, you bought a 10-pack of tickets and probably didn't go through a ticket rep, and then you went to the team store, bought hats, bought jackets, bought hoodies. That happens with the Yankees brand because they go back to Thailand, they wear that merch. They go back to Thailand with a random picture of Keith McPherson, like, look at this guy we met in the Bronx. Like, I don't know if that is hitting in Queens the same.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Steve Cohen is hearing you speak right now, and he is just praying to God, or he is just praying that this all comes true, because this is, I mean, that's the dream, right? That is what you want to get to. That is what his vision is for this team and for this, the future of the brand, as we have to say, because that is what it comes down to, is the brand. Because the Mets have a ton of fans. There are a lot of Met fans. You know what I mean? Like, maybe, You know,
No, there's a lot. We saw it last year. We saw it last year when they actually were hosting the NLCS, the NLDS. The place was packed and electric.
it's going to show up. And that's the thing. You got to win. The Yankees haven't been losers, like real losers, in a very, very long time. Most people's lifetime.
Even 82 and 80, they were selling out games in the summer because it's a destination. Young kids come out there to drink. They go on dates. They show up. They can't name one person out of the bullpen, but they've got their, throwback Jason Giambi jersey to throw on and go to the stadium. It's like they want to get a chicken bucket. They want to get a 99 burger. They want to go to Billy's. They want to go to Stan's. They want to go to the dugout. They want to go to the bodega. They want to go to River Ave and get their TikToks and their Snapchats. And like, they don't care about who's batting first, second, third, or fourth. They just are there for the coolness, for the clout, for the aspect of, trust me, I see it all the time. There's a lot of people that show up there still chanting F Altuve, and I'm like, yo, will y'all knock it off? Trying to watch a game here.
Like, that's the thing, right? And I think that's what it comes down to at the end of the day, that nobody really wants to talk about because it sounds really dirty when you say it out loud. But in order to be a franchise or a play or a show that sits in one location and continues to sell out 81 times a year, 100 times a year, however many times you end up having product to play, you have to have a lot of people who don't give a damn there. And you have to be able to draw in that casual fan that is just looking to take a picture or is just looking to have a night outside and having a beer outside. Oh, a hot dog.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have those fans because your diehard fans aren't going to be able to, they're not going to be able to survive paying everything that goes into and spending the time to go to 81 games a year. So that's just the harsh truth of it. And I know it might sound dirty to some fans out there, but that's the reality. Everybody at Yankee Stadium, MSG, Broadway, they don't give a damn about what they're watching half the time. It's probably 75-25 at best.
And the corporate the corporate sponsors and the amount of companies. When I worked at companies, I would always set up outings where there was MTV, Rock Nation, Fubo TV. Hey, any of y'all interested in going to the Yankee game? I can get us a ticket deal. Let's talk to my ticket rep. I remember the first time I went to the suites, somebody that, was hosting a suite invited Fubo TV there. I'd never seen Yankee Stadium suites. This is 2016, 2017. That is a big part of it as well. It is the corporate spend, the season ticket holders, the diehards that have been going to the Bronx for decades, the bleacher creatures, the content creators, and then the casual tourists mixed in will pack Yankee Stadium if the team is 82 and 80 or wins 100 games. The Mets have to win consistently, and that is what will turn the tide. It can't just be, well, the richest owner in the sport bought Juan Soto. Where you at? Show up. This is something that will take the next 5 years, and they got to start with just making the postseason back-to-back years. 888-808-1019. Just having the conversation around Steve Cohen basically putting the challenge out there to Mets fans. Oh, we got time? All right. I wanted to take another call anyway. We are fans. Zoo and I've seen Zoo at Citi Field. I think the last 2 times I went there because I'm just hanging out on the bridge with everybody, and Zoo walks by, and I know I can find him there. And you can find me out there only when the Yankees are playing. I think this year I'm going to show up when the Yankees aren't playing. I'm going to do my part to support. I'll buy some drinks. I'll buy some food. I don't know if I'm going to buy a ticket. I've driven out there, bro. I hate that drive, and I hate the drive back. I've driven from there to WFAN a couple times, and getting on the highway and the traffic, I'm like, this sucks. Yeah.
These stories, these horror stories, this is what it's like for me to go to the Meadowlands. But that's not missing much.
Exactly. It's a different dynamic. And they have buses and trains and outings. We'll take another call before we break. Let's go to Dovey in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, man?
Yeah, how you doing? What's up, Keith? We talk on a more positive note.
Yeah. Go for it.
They might take off a lot of Yankees fans. But I used to be a Yankees fan, and I followed Juan Soto to the Mets.
No, go. Like, if you want to, if anybody else that wants to join Dovey, please go. They are begging for fans to show up. Go. Like, if Juan Soto is pulling you out of Yankee Stadium to Queens, they have plenty open seats. That's perfectly fine. I don't think any Yankee fan listening is ticked off. Go.
Yeah, sure. We need someone as actual captain. Yeah, everyone knows who's better than.
What? All right, now I got to bang on you. Now I got to get you up out of there. First off, we're waiting on Francisco Lindor to be named captain, right? I was saying, when does that happen last night? Judge a couple years ago, Brunson last year. When do they ceremoniously name Lindor the next captain of the Mets? They're retiring David Wright's jersey this year. You're going to see potentially Pete Alonso break the all-time home run record this year. The giveaways are dope this year. Don't have a Mets jersey? Don't buy one. Buy a ticket to Clay Holmes hockey jersey night on May 9th. You can get one. Or Brandon Nimmo baseball jersey, or Kodai Senga baseball jersey, or Sean Manai baseball. They have jerseys that they're giving away, bobbleheads that they're giving away. I will tip my cap to the Mets for that. I don't know what the Yankees are giving away this year. I guess they're still percolating. They're still plotting on it. But the Mets giveaways are excellent. They are trying. They are doing everything they can to get you through the door. They got to give you a voucher for a ghost fork ball. They'll give it to you. But you're talking crazy saying Juan Soto is better than Judge. We're about to have this dynamic for the next 7 years. 6 years, I think, is left on Judge's contract. No, 7 years. We're about to have that dynamic of who's the best right fielder in New York, Soto and Judge. And if Judge is healthy, it's not particularly close. And then I think you're also bugging, and you just showed all these Mets fans, right? Mets fans, how do you feel about these Yankee fans jumping on the bandwagon, infiltrating your stadium, your ballpark, because they're following Juan Soto? You're bugging out saying that Juan Soto should be captain over Lindor. He hasn't done a thing for the Mets. He hasn't even taken his first spring training at bat. Who's got it better than the Mets? Brian is in Asbury Park, 07712 on both sides of the phone.
Hey, Keith, what's going on, man? Long time, first time. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for calling.
Man, yeah, so a little of both, but I was just going to say, you hit it right in the head, though. Like Yankee Stadium, I used to, at the old stadium, me and my buddy would get like the half season passes and stuff like that. It was a job, and I was working probably out where you live, and I was working in Hudson County. And even coming from there, the Bronx, the Mission, it eventually became too much. When the new stadium came about, I went to opening day, and that was that. But I think it's, for me, as a young man, I remember it was more just like the fact of who played there. That's why I wanted to be there. It was like, and I think with Soto, they might have that start. God willing, this guy ends up being what everyone believes he's going to be. But we'll see. Time will tell. But I do think for me, it was just like the lineage of the legends that walked into that stadium that like tracked me there, made me a Yankees fan. My father was a Mets fan, and when I found out about Don Mattingly and baseball and Jimmy Key and that whole era, I was just like, I gotta go to the Yankees. And me and my dad had beef the whole time he was alive until the day he died. But I mean, it was just that. And one last thing about this kid who just called and jumped ship real quick. I was a huge A-Rod fan, dude. Huge A-Rod fan. I used to always joke with my friends that the best shortstop in New York is playing third base for the New York Yankees. But truth be told, there's something about a captain, a leader, that differentiates from a great player. I think this kid Lindor has it, and I hope they do make it captain. But I know Jeter had it for sure, 100%.
Don't take the Joe call.
The leader of the New York Yankees. That's all I got, Keith. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me, and you do a great job. Thank you, brother.
Thanks for the call, Brian. Yeah, I mean, I can relate to, going from Monmouth County. I lived in Carteret. I lived in Bayonne. I've pretty much been in Jersey City, Hoboken now. I tell you guys, when I'm going to the stadium, there have been times where I've gotten in the car if it's after 5 o'clock and I can't get out of like Jersey City, Hoboken, and I just turn around. Can't because if you're trying to drive to Yankee Stadium, it's a 90-minute drive, and I don't want to miss first pitch. I want to be in my seat before first pitch. And not for nothing, like I'm blessed now, but even when I was buying the cheapest ticket to get in the building, I made a day out of it, right? I went to the most games when I was unemployed because I would find the cheapest ticket I could get. And I'm like, all right, well, I might wake up, go to the gym, eat breakfast, do some things, apply to some jobs. Lunch comes. After lunch, I'm like, well, whatever. Let me get on the train now and get up to the Bronx to just avoid all the nonsense. I'll kick it at the Courthouse Deli for a minute. You know what I'm saying? I'll be at Pollo Sabroso. I'll be at some other corner spots in the Bronx just waiting for the sun to go down. Yankee Stadium is a different vibe. The Mets don't have that vibe around their building yet. The casino is going to help. I was surprised when I went to the Subway Series last year. I guess the K Corner and there's another bar, right? It used to be McFadden's, right? But like they need more of that to be established around the ballpark where it's like people will get there early, eat, have a couple drinks, hang out, and then 2 hours before first pitch, they can enter the ballpark. It's not there yet. They're working on it. 888-808-1019. First hour down. We'll do another hour, and I'll mix in some more baseball conversation around the Mets, around the Yankees, and some other stories in Major League Baseball. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. All right, yo. Let's see. Got to go back. Where was I at? Around here. Dario Davis, what up, bro? Spring Slam Wrestling. What's up, Keith? What's up? You looked like a fanboy with a picture with him during the Subway Series? What are you talking about? You looked like a fanboy with a picture with him during the Subway Series? Oh, with Steve Cohen. Yeah. Because I was at a place where you can't get. I was in the rich people section, Legends. I was in the very nice seats, and a couple rows over from me was Steve Cohen, and he was quiet as kept. Not too many people noticed him, but I noticed him. So I said, "What's up?" Let me see if I can find that picture now. Yeah, that's funny you mentioned that. Now I'm gonna flex on you and see if I can find that picture. I think I might have favorited it. I don't know. I know I can probably find it here. But while we're at it, Danny Thomas, keep coping, loser. You're a loser. Are you hiding behind a Kyrie Irving picture? You're in my live. You're a nobody, dude. You're anonymous. But thank you for pulling up to the chat. And I will try to find my picture of Steve Cohen and tell you a story. When I met Steve Cohen, I told him, "Hey, I see what you're doing, man. Keep going." It's good for business. It's good for baseball to have both teams in this city be lit. So that's Steve and I. Me giving the thumbs up, me rocking the Billionaire Boys Club t-shirt that was released that day. Pharrell was on the field right behind that net. Subway Series, it was lit. Yankees won that game. And yeah, in the seats at field level, right, the leather seats at field level, you'll find a billionaire and you'll find little old me, just a radio host. This was now 2 seasons ago, 2022, chopping it up with Steve and telling him, keep doing what you're doing, man. It's good for New York sports. I'm a New York City radio host. We talk about the Yankees. We talk about the Mets. And it's better for business for both to be in contention. And losers like Danny Thomas will probably never be in Legends, probably never meet Steve Cohen. But I appreciate him for following me and jumping into my live and throwing some little veiled shots. You know, these losers love to throw stones and hide their hands. And that's all fine. That's all fine and dandy. But the thing about me, I'm never ducking smoke. You can find me online. You can find me in the ballpark. You can find me everywhere. You dig that? Pam, my number one fan, the best. Bob says, hey, Keith, I asked you last night about the problem with Giancarlo and how do you think the Yankees will replace his bat? They've known about it. They have known about Giancarlo for over a month. So it tells me that they don't view it as much of a problem and it's not something they feel like they got to panic about and they'll go with their internal options. And I think that's a mistake. Hearing Steve Cohen today makes me jealous. I really miss George. To have an owner that cares more about winning than money would be amazing. Yeah, I really hate the George comparisons because they're not alike in my opinion, outside of the fact that like they both had money to spend and were willing to spend at no limit. They have different temperaments, different attitudes, different franchises. And George won. George figured out ways to win multiple World Series. And I think a lot of times we're selective with only remembering the good of George Steinbrenner and none of the bad. And, may he rest in peace. And may we all be so fortunate that when we go, people only highlight the good parts about us. But yeah, I don't ever compare Steve Cohen to George Steinbrenner. I'm kind of tired of hearing that. What do you think about the new players? I just put on Twitter, we put together a National League All-Star team to try to defeat whoever comes out of the National League. Like when you see Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, Max Fried, Devin Williams, like that is one of the best first basemen over the last few years, MVP. Belly, first baseman, outfielder, one of the best, got an MVP. Fried and Devin Williams, one of the best starters and closers coming out of the National League. Keith, how deep is the problem with Justin Tucker? And do you see him being cut by the Ravens? Whew. I think it's certainly odd to follow in Deshaun Watson's footsteps. I think he should just retire because he was kind of falling off anyway. It is an ordeal getting to the stadium from Monmouth County, especially if I want to go as a family of 4. Yeah, I can't imagine. I've taken my son to 2 games, and it's like we got to leave early. We got to pack up the car. He's got a nap in the car. We got to leave the house early in the morning to beat traffic, pack up the car with diapers and snacks and toys, and then he's got a nap in the car. And then when we get there, he can't stay the whole game. We got to leave the game early, and I hate leaving the game early. I went to a game this year. We left early, and I get in the car and Judge homers, and I'm like, man, like I don't do this. When you have a kid, you will. Let's see. Mets will never be the Yankees. Way too much legacy in the Bronx. The fan base is worldwide, not just New York. What I'll say about that is no one will ever be the Yankees. Their history is long and deep and prestigious, but the Mets have an opportunity to win more than the Yankees in this, next run. Can they do that? Can they pull that off? I don't know. You would think so by the way their fans are proclaiming their big brother now and all this other stuff. They have a lot of talent on this team, and they have the right owner, president of baseball operations, and manager. But like baseball is baseball. That ball is going to bounce some kind of way, and you're going to get a Rangers Diamondbacks World Series. Like we don't know what's going to happen this year or the next years of Juan Soto and Lindor, and yeah, we'll see. Keith, if you could choose to have the Yankees go back to playing in the old stadium, would you make it happen? Yes, because I never got to go. That's what I was talking about, being a kid and not being able to afford it. I never saw it.
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. Expectations for the Mets are heightened after their finish to last year, coupled with the signing of Juan Soto. And owner Steve Cohen was in Port St. Lucie today and said after tasting success last year, the goal is another postseason berth and hopefully more. The Yanks did an interesting pivot after losing Soto, bringing in several new faces, among them former MVPs Paul Goldschmidt and Cody Bellinger. The latter said he's not here to replace anyone, but to play his game. Former Met Justin Turner has come to terms with the Cubs on a 1-year deal. Seton Hall and Marquette getting underway shortly. The 6th ranked Golden Eagles are taking on a team that is coming off its biggest win of the season, knocking off UConn over the weekend. The Devils' Jonas Siegenthaler underwent a procedure for a lower body injury and will be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Acker.
All right, we're back. Here we go. Yeah, moving right along here. 8 o'clock on this Tuesday night, February 18th. This is WFAN 1019 FM. You're listening to Keith McPherson. We call this KM to AM, a 5-hour sports talk show. I opened up just talking about who's got it better than the Mets right now. They've got the richest owner in the sport. People in my chat comparing him to the new George Steinbrenner, which I can't stand. I get it, though. He's not like George as far as his temperament. He's not like George as far as his moves. But when you're talking money and you're talking about spending, I get that. He called out the fans in a way, challenged the fans today, because there's still time for fans to buy season tickets and show up to support the team. and he's looking for that ROI, that return on his investment. This is a billionaire that didn't get there for no reason. This is a billionaire that, has made plenty of moves and seen those moves turn fruitful. And I think he expects the same thing with his ball club. And I can't fault him for that. 888-808-1019. You want an owner like that. You want someone that's willing to spend. I saw the St. Lucie Mets put out that 1,700 fans showed up to the first day of workouts. So it's working. The rebrand is on. But, I was reading the article earlier today in Sports Illustrated about, Steve Cohen saying, this is because I want a winning team. I want to get the best team I can on the field. The Mets' current projected payroll is approximately $325 million, second in baseball to the Dodgers. After an offseason that included giving Juan Soto the richest contract in professional sports history, it's going to go up. This is well over the highest competitive balance tax threshold of $301 million, which comes with a 60% surcharge on every dollar spent over that mark, widely referred to as the Cohen tax, in honor of the Mets owner. And he chuckled at that today. He said, I'd like to get below the, air quotes, the Cohen tax. We sure it's about me? There's a lot of Cohens out there. Joe is in Ho Coos on the fan. What's up, Joe?
Hopefully your kid is feeling better. I heard he was sick. He had the D word a couple of days ago.
Oh yeah. I was just forgot. We pulled through that. It was trying, but he's a baby and he eats garbage and he touches everything and everyone. So yeah, we're good. Thanks for checking on that.
Parents are on the same time. But anyway, I was listening to the intro and I don't know if you're trolling or not, but I think it's a great time to be a Mets fan, just from the aspect of, I'm a long-time Mets fan. I'm used to my owner being Jeff Wilpon and Fred Wilpon, who we never had a seat at the table for all of these elite free agents. And now the fact that we can even talk to one, the fact that we can, even bring up the conversation of Vladimir Guerrero possibly being a Met, I think it's a great time to be a Met fan. And with these, with him investing money, we want those expectations. And if you just look at the numbers as well, every time the Mets only made the playoffs back to back, I think one time 99, 2000. But the year after, the attendance always goes up. The fans always come out to that second season. And last year, we have to remember the Mets was an evaluating season. There wasn't that much hype. Stearns was just evaluating what he had. We had a bad start, like you mentioned, but there's so much more hype this season, along with making the playoffs last year, along with Juan Soto. As a Mets fan, I expect for that attendance to go up. And I have another quick question, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I have another quick question, if you don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I know BT and Sal were talking about better lineups. I respect your baseball opinion. Who do you think has the better baseball lineup between the Mets and Yankees?
It's not even a question. And like, I don't understand why Mets fans are comparing themselves to the Yankees and vice versa, outside of us just being in the same echo chamber. You got to compare your lineup to the Braves, to the Phillies, to the National League. You'll face the Yankees for the first time in May. Who knows what it'll be like then? Maybe we'll both be in first place, maybe not. But it's not even a question if you ask me who has the better lineup. The Yankees lost Juan Soto. The Mets added Juan Soto. The Mets brought back Pete Alonso, right? Giancarlo Stanton, who was arguably the second best hitter in the Yankees lineup, he's not going to be there. The Yankees are willingly going into the season with a question mark at third base and three guys that might not even be able to hit 200. Those are the guys competing for third base. It's not even a question. We're banking on Paul Goldschmidt to turn back the clock. We're banking on Cody Bellinger to be an all-star. We're banking on young guys like Volpe and Wells to show growth and maturity. We're literally banking on a rookie and Jason Dominguez to be an everyday pro-level player. It's not close, if you ask me.
Agreed, and I agree with you as well. I think I'm a Mets fan, but even going to Yankee Stadium, you have so many other bars to go outside the stadium, and it's just a better experience. Where right now, Citi Field does not have it, but if they get that betting license or whatever, he's just going to add to it, to the environment around it, where it could possibly be a better environment for fans to go and have a good time.
Thanks for the call, Joe. How long is that going to take? I know he was speaking about how expensive it is to build parking lots and parking. How long is it going to take? That's part of the rebrand. That's part of the change. How many World Series are the Mets going to win before the casino is built? We don't know. And I like how you started the call. I don't know if you're trolling or not. I'm getting good at this. It is a great time to be a Mets fan, but I obviously say it tongue in cheek. The games haven't started yet. All of this is great on paper. All of this is great in theory. All of this is dandy and fine until you lose the first series of the year, or you lose on opening day, or you have a slow start, which is historically we've seen. I mean, we've seen the Yankees lose on opening day as well. And I go back to that. Enough of the back and forth with the Mets had a better offseason than the Yankees. Duh. The literal, like, you have a top 5 player that went from one team to the other. Just that swing. But it doesn't matter, right? And I jokingly said for the Yankee fans, we got to stand down. Made it to the World Series, but embarrassed. Wait, made it to the World Series. It's funny. I saw a post today. Someone posted on Twitter, and it just made me laugh. And I'm like, oh, man, this is just going to go into my open and some of the other stuff that I'm going to talk about tonight. They post a picture of a Dick's Sporting Goods, Jordan Simpson at J.R. Simpson Music. And he said, I remember as a kid looking for Mets gear only to find the section dominated by Yankees gear. Times have changed. LGM. And I laughed, and I'm like, yo, Mets fans right now are looking for anything to add to the big bro, little bro argument besides winning. Besides, like, we're not there yet, right? We can't look at our records yet. We can't look at the run differential yet. We can't look at the standings yet. We can't look at but we can look at history. But instead, we're looking at Dick's Sporting Goods displays where you just took the picture from the side that they set up the store with a bunch of Mets jerseys. And I'm like, the display is one thing. That could be the manager's preference. That could be based off the location of the store. It could be closer to Citi Field than Yankee Stadium. That could be based off of how many Mets fans go in there and buy stuff. Because I went to 3 Dick's Sporting Goods in October, and I was looking for World Series merch. I didn't see any Mets NLCS merch in any of the Dick's Sporting Goods in Jersey that I stopped by. So what are we talking about? We're looking for anything, right? We're looking for anything to point to say that the Mets are big brother now. And the only thing you can point to, you can't even point to sweeping the Yankees in the Subway Series last year. Because if I said it once, I've said it 100 times. The Yankees don't care about the Subway Series. They don't. I hope that they care a little more now that Juan Soto is on that side. I hope that the players play up because the fans are going to be a little bit more passionate having a villain on one side. I hope they care this year. I hope that we go into those games and they're not like, put Jahmai Jones at leadoff and J.D. Davis as the cleanup hitter. Carlos Narvaez or whoever the hell was catching those games, right? Underestimated the Mets because they didn't care. They know, like we all know, you could get swept by the Mets in the Subway Series and then make it to the World Series and the Mets will be at home watching. And so again, I say, don't call me and tell me that the Mets have a better lineup or ask me who I think has a better lineup. It doesn't matter. The Yankees are in a quote-unquote cakewalk American League that's supposed to be so easy for them to just go through. I don't believe that. It's year to year. And I watch them every year stumble. I watch them every year collapse. I watch them every year fold. But then they figure it out. It's a long season. 888-808-1019. Rich is in the Bronx next. What's up, Rich?
Hey, can you hear me, Keith?
I got you.
Hey, Keith, how you doing? First time, long time, man.
Thanks.
Great show. I just wanted to touch on your comments before, with Colin. And I know it's a big talk today. I'm a season ticket holder in the Bronx. I love going to games. I've been to City Field a couple times, and I understand. I don't know. I think it's a clown comment from Cohen, that to challenge his fans like that. Why would they want to come out, when he's speaking to them, kind of speaking down on them like they're not supporting, and
No, they're going to come out. I don't think there's one Mets fan that hears that and says, you know what, now I'm staying home. They have Juan Soto on this team. They brought Pete back. What he's saying is, look what I've done. Like, what do I get in return for? Like, let's talk about this as well. The Mets will never out-earn the Yankees. And I will literally say never. They won't. Because, like, the Yankees have been doing this for years and it hasn't changed. Like, the profit that the Yankees make is so far and beyond the Mets. Like, this guy is paying for this stuff out of his pocket. He's coming in with his billions. So that's why he feels the way he feels, and I feel like it's okay. But I think it's interesting, and I feel like it's a little bit out of touch because it's expensive to go to games.
I have one more question for you, if it's all right.
Yeah,
You there?
yeah.
So you spoke about like the jerseys that they're giving out and this and that. Have you heard about these giveaways or?
No.
I'm excited this year. In May, they're giving out Fine supporting Aaron Judge eye drops, and Elmer's Blue is giving away Garrett Cole's sneaky tack. Now, brother, let's go, Mets!
That was well done. That was well done. He said Visine and sticky tack. Like I could laugh at the joke. But yeah, we'll see how those jokes play when the games start. It's not your town, not by any stretch. There are more people watching the Yankees on TV and in the stadium. They make more money than the Mets. Let's see. It won't change overnight. It won't happen overnight. It's going to take a long time for that casino to be built. It's going to take a long time to overcome your own history. That's simple. There's some type of weird cosmic energy around the Mets every year. Grimace was able to knock some of it down last year, but they're going away from the gimmicks. Now you just got to go out there and play baseball with a target on your back. Now you got to go out there and actually be the man. Now you got to go out there and be the Yankees, right? Now you got to be big bro. And that's tough to do, man. That's tough to do. I watch the Yankees every year predicted to come out of the American League, get to the World Series, fall short. They did it last year, and I heard Judge say, losing in the World Series like that, it's the worst feeling than 82 and 80. Yeah. And so my fear with the Yankees is like, okay, now like the bar is always World Series, but the year after you make it to the World Series, you got to get back and win the World Series. Imagine losing back-to-back World Series. Imagine losing back-to-back to the same team. Yikes. Imagine not making the postseason after you make the World Series or being a DS out, or imagine a reality where the Mets make it to the World Series the year after you and you're not there to meet them. All of these are possibilities as we embark on another season. But as far as all of the crowning, like Rich just said, it's our town now, brother. No, it ain't. It doesn't work like that. 888-808-1019. You can't just proclaim these things. You got to go out there and do it. And you don't get to play, Rich. I don't get to play, Rich. We're going to watch. We're going to go to games. We're going to talk about it. Who's pitching for the Mets, bro? Who's pitching for the Mets? That's a weakness of the team. As we talk about Frankie Montas and the lat strain, and then, as Steve Cohen is talking about the payroll and the Cohen tax, you gave $34 million to Frankie Montas. That was a mistake. We can literally write that as mistake. Chink in the armor. False move. Frankie Montas wasn't here. He didn't have to be here. You could have passed on him. The Yankees certainly did. What if one of your other starting pitchers goes down, like one of the three guys that you expect to be ace-like, Kodai Senga, Sean Manaea, David Peterson? What if one of them goes down? You're going to be relying on Paul Blackburn or Griffin Canning in a division with the Braves, in a division with the Phillies, in a division where, you're going to get everybody's best shot. That's one thing I know as a Yankee fan, too. They can never let their guard down. In Yankee Stadium, on the greatest stage, guys like, C.J. Abrams and the Nationals want to come in and ball out against the Yankees. And then when they go on the road, wherever they go and the Yankee fans follow and help sell out those visiting ballparks, they get everybody's best shot. That is what the Mets are walking into. Is this roster ready for that? Is this second-year manager ready for that? Are the fans ready for that? I'm ready. Wellesley in Connecticut back on the Fan. No relation to Austin Wells.
Well, hey, Matt and Jack, the radio, Mike, what's up, brother?
What up?
And listen, I felt bad for that last caller. That was weak. But anyway, I have a solution to Mr. Cohen's problem. I'm in sales and marketing. I'm, for 30 years, but it's very simple. Kids that are under 12 years old, let them in for free, okay? You want to pack the house? They make their money on the concessions, okay? The merch, the food. Let the kids in for free. You're a billionaire. Age 12 and under. Guess what? That is right there
a huge. Believe me, I'm a Yankee fan. But at the end of the day, it's all about the young people learning the sport, understanding the sport. But Mr. Cohen should basically fire his whole marketing and sales staff because that's my specialty. Now, if he wants to reach out to Welty, hey,
I don't know the age. I think under 4 maybe is free for kids. You don't need an actual ticket.
Because again, it's not really about the ticket. It's about when they're there and spending money.
I know they do, a lot of camp deals. They definitely have camp days where there are a bunch of kids from New York City camps that go out there. They'll never make it free for 12 under. That's way too many kids.
I'm saying the concept is there where you can recoup. Believe me when I tell you, it's purely just simple marketing to when kids go to a ball game, it's exciting. They want a jersey, want a hat. They want every type of whatever it is, and that's really just a simple marketing strategy. Test it out, try it, whatever it is, but they will definitely capitalize. They will be able to capitalize. I'm looking forward to a great season for the Yankees. I just hope that we don't have to listen to this back and forth about who's king of New York and blah blah blah. We know who it is, right?
We do. I thought. Thanks for the call, Wellesley. But it's just, little brother punching up, and they're going to continue punching up, and they're going to punch up with things that don't matter. Like I cited, a Dick's Sporting Goods display just had more Mets stuff. Maybe they ordered more Mets stuff. Maybe they sold more Mets stuff. So maybe the manager of that Dick's Sporting Good is a Mets fan, and he decided, hey, I want to really trick out this Mets gear spot. We've got a lot of good players now, and there's Soto merch, and there's a City Connect jersey. That's not something that you write home about. The Yankees don't care about that stuff. That's the difference between the Yankees as well. There's not any gimmicks. It's about winning. It's about winning or nothing else. They made it to the World Series. Nobody's celebrating it. Mets fans are celebrating making it to the NLCS as if it's a guarantee. And as I talk about the bar for the Yankees now being getting back to the World Series and winning it, what's the bar for the Mets? 888-808-1019. What's the bar for the Mets fans? Just making the postseason? You'll be content with just back-to-back postseason appearances. No. You got to get back to the NLCS and win it. You have to get to the World Series this year with the highest paid player in the sport, with the guy that was runner-up in the NL MVP, with the guy that should have won Manager of the Year, with one of the best closers in the game, with a bunch of other talented young players and experienced players, and the richest owner in the sport, and one of the most highly regarded presidents of baseball operation. You're looked at as one of the best teams in baseball. You're expected to get to the World Series. If you're out in the wild card and the Yankees advance past the wild card, Yankee fans have the last laugh. Again, 888-808-1019. Ray is in Babylon on the Fan. Go for it, Ray.
Hi, thanks for having me, Keith. Just a quick question. Have you and your wife and your kid picked a football team yet?
No, we're in free agency. I mean, I grew up a Dallas Cowboys fan. I just have no attachment to Jerry Jones. I could go back, but I consider myself a free agent. My wife was a Patriots fan. When Tom Brady left, she kind of fell off with them. My son is a Paw Patrol fan, Elmo fan, Bluey fan. That's about it.
All right. Well, all right. I hope it's not the Jets. As a long-suffering Jets fan, I just hope.
It could be. It could be. This is a new regime for the Jets. I'm going to talk about the Jets later. They might get Cam Ward.
Keith, having raised a Jets fan is child abuse. So he's 24 years old. I feel bad for the kid. In any event, let's talk about New York City. You got the Empire State Building, you got the Brooklyn Bridge, you got Times Square, and what do you have? Yankee Stadium. So there is nothing that Cohen can do to change the fact that the Yankees are a New York destination. They just are. Last year I was in Kenya. I was with the Maasai Mara in the middle of nowhere, and people came out of their homes in the most hinterland rural area of Africa with Yankee hats. They are a brand that will never, ever, ever be eclipsed by the Mets.
And as far as getting standings in the seats in City Field, Loogie had a great monologue today about the fact that it's hard to get to City Field. There's nothing to do there after the game. It's just a matter of convenience getting there. Now, do I think Met fans are great fans? They are. Do I think Met fans watch the games? They do. On TV, in bars, where it's convenient. So as far as this whole thing of, the Mets punching up, it's always going to be that way. I just don't envision the Yankee brand ever, no matter how, even if the Mets win back-to-back World Series. How are they going to move City Field from Flushing into one of the places you got to visit in New York? It's never going to happen.
Yeah, there's just a lot of thanks for the call, Ray. There are a lot of things historically, geographically, that can't be changed. The Mets can't catch up to the amount of World Series that the Yankees have. Like, you talk about the Yankee hat, they're like, you may disagree, they're just cooler Yankee fans. Straight up, think about how many people rock that Yankee hat and make that Yankee. Jay-Z said, I made the Yankee hat more famous than the Yankee can. Like, he helped. But then also iconic Yankees like a Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter disagrees. Derek Jeter thinks he made the Yankee hat famous during that time that Jay-Z came up. You don't see as many celebrities, rappers, actors wearing the Met hat. Across the globe, they wear it as a fashion statement. And it's always fashionable because you're representing the pinstripes, the road grays, the 27-time New York Yankees, the 27-time champion New York Yankees. Bum, bum, bum. When you show up to Yankee Stadium, people want to see the murals. They want to see the legends spray painted out there. They want to hear the 4 train go over their heads. They want to go to all the bars. You show up on opening day, we're out there at 8 in the morning. Now opening day is at 3. We're going to be saucy by the time they throw that first pitch at 3. And then you want to talk about after the game, dancing in the street, partying in the street. I saw a little bit of that at Citi Field after they beat the Mets. And I really don't even know. I guess by the train. But Yankee Stadium caters to that. Stan's has a whole outside area. Twins is outside. Billy's is a mega club outside the ballpark. Until the Yankees don't have that and the Mets do, it is what it is. It's brick and mortar. 888-808-1019. When we come back, I want to sprinkle in the other team that chants Yankees suck randomly and what's going on in Beantown and some other stories and things going on in Major League Baseball. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. We'll be right back. Yeah. No, it's not. All right. Chat, what up? Let me connect with y'all. Almost 700 in the chat. I was cooking that lane before during the break, Danny Thomas, where we left off last time. I was showing him the picture with Steve Cohen, right? He was like, you look like a fanboy during some. Listen, when you meet someone like Steve Cohen, you could be a diehard Yankees fan, Met hater. Be respectful. That's it. When you meet anyone, be respectful. When you see me in public, be respectful. The internet is not real life. The radio is also not real life. I treat everybody with respect. I treat everybody the way I'd like to be treated. When I see you in person, I'm not trolling you. I'm not heckling you. I'm not. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Keith McPherson. I'm the nighttime host at WFAN. Keep doing your thing. You've changed a lot with the Mets, and I see what you're doing, and it's good for this town. It's good for business. Let's see. Down in Georgia, here is one former NYC resident, now in Savannah, 4 hours to get to Atlanta. A lot of planning in a hotel. Yeah, they got the All-Star game in Atlanta, and now You know, it used to be you drive in from the airport and you hit the old Turner Field. Now the ballpark is it's kind of far out, but they have a whole like ballpark district over there. I was just in Atlanta in August. I was there in 2018. It's nice to see the Mets come to ATL. It's nice. Any Mets fans that want to go see the Mets play elsewhere, Atlanta is a great destination. Keith, is Daniel Jones will be the new QB for the Vikings? No, but stay tuned. In an hour, I'm going to go in on Daniel Jones, Cam Ward, some quarterback conversation around the Jets and the Giants. Mets bringing back that Grimace again, Keith. And I think they should retire it, but who knows? It might be Grimace forever. Might be Grimace's birthday again, and they decide they want to cook up another Grimace first pitch. Best viewers on streaming. Yo, on Twitch, you bots got to leave me alone, bro. Don't get ahead of yourself by letting Steve Cohen dictate how to spend your money and go to Citi Field. Please plan wisely and according to your financial situation and go into a Met game. Yeah, if I'm a Mets fan, I may go to opening day, but then I'm going to stay in the comfort and warmth of my own home until two things happen. The weather changes and the team is a proven winner. Great show here. Keep the energy flowing. Have to. You, BT, Sal, and Evan are my favorite hosts on the station. Glad to be in your favorites. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Yes, I hear you. I respect you for that, no doubt. Courtesy. All right. I've cleared all of the questions, comments in the chat. When we come back, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Boston Red Sox. And what they've got going on. I'll talk a little bit about Vladdy too. Let me see. Yankees promotional schedule. I don't think the Yankees have come out with theirs. Yeah, it's not out yet. Yeah, it's not out yet. I don't know what the holdup is. They keep asking me to rap, to kick some bars. I'm like, yo, I'm too much of a perfectionist with the bars. I don't want to be whack. Let me see something. Yo, in the system, do you have that Cam Ward Jets conspiracy theory from Nevin Shapiro that Evan played? It might be in the system. I can send you the link. 9:30, I'm going to hit, in an hour, I'm going to hit some football conversation around Cam Ward to the Jets, Daniel Jones to the Steelers. Where's Aaron Rodgers going to go? Matthew Stafford talk, Shador Sanders talk. In the chat, where are you from? I'm from Ocean Township, New Jersey, by way of Jersey City, Hoboken. Now, Josh, I know Josh is from the Bronx. Josh says, okay, I go and listen back on the fan. Yeah, I'll leave that there. If you guys want to get on, the air and talk, call me up. Let me see something. I want to check the Mets schedule coming out of the gate. Okay. Okay. Thanks for listening. Thanks for holding. Thanks for watching live on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. Keith McPherson on the Fan, another 5-hour KM to AM. I'm in here watching Yankees Hot Stove. I'm in here looking at a bunch of different things in the baseball world. The Boston Red Sox have a Netflix show coming out in April on their 2024 baseball season. A mid-baseball season, they were 500. They weren't good at all. And I think I made a joke that I'm only going to watch that documentary for the grand slam that Judge hit against them. I didn't go to that game. It was later in the year. I remember that was the most FOMO. You know, that's another thing about going to these games now. Like, I'm so addicted to going to games. I remember thinking like I was going to have a baby and not go to that many games. And obviously my wife is like, no, I understand. You got to be at the game and you want to go to the game, go to as many games as you can. And I mean, this year with the Yankees playing deep in October, I think I went to the most games I ever went to. I think I went to well over 50 games this year. And then you always get that FOMO feeling, right? If you're fortunate enough to go to the game and you're in New York and you can take the train there, or, you know, like me, my job doesn't start till 11 p.m. So I can go to the game and get to work on time. Man, when Judge hit that grand slam against the Red Sox, I was like, yo, like that was postseason energy, right? Wish I could have been there. And, you know, the Red Sox, they are in a dramatic situation right now. Like all the drama is hitting 2025. Tristan Casas, and I understand Tristan Casas. Tristan Casas was in the promo for this 2024 Netflix special that's going to be out there. And, you know, he's cursing up a storm. He grounds out and he's talking down on himself. He's talking about how vulnerable you are going out there and whatever. But he was asked today about Alex Bregman and about Rafael Devers. So if you're not familiar with those guys, Rafael Devers is a $300 million man who signed with the Red Sox. And I guess the former GM, Chaim Bloom, promised him that he'd be at third base through the rest of his career. And he's not the best third baseman. I think I saw he was negative 62 in defensive runs saved over his time at third base. And I have a stat here. Rafael Devers has nearly twice the amount of errors at third base on his record as Alex Bregman since he's been in the league, which is almost the most in MLB during that span. At third base, Devers has committed 141 errors since 2017, which is the most in baseball. That's double Bregman's 72 errors at third base. Well, Alex Cora comes out and says, hey, Chaim is in St. Louis now. And you know what? If you're getting paid $300 million, you're going to do what your employer says. And you're going to do what's best for the team. But yesterday, they straight up asked him, what would you do if they wanted to move you to first base or DH? And Devers straight up said, no, I played third base. So they've got a little trouble in paradise, a little trouble in Beantown. Alex Bregman has no problems, right? Alex Bregman will play second base. He's going to tap into being the new Dustin Pedroia. But Tristan Casas, who's at first base and can potentially be, losing his spot if Devers plays some first base, he came out today and he doubled down on what Rafi Devers had to say. He said, I think Bregman should play second. Rafael Devers is my third baseman. And then there's also this kid, Christian Campbell, coming up. I was just looking into him recently. And Christian Campbell has been playing second base and wants his crack at second base. I love it, man. I was on the night that they paid Bregman, and I said this was a late overreaction, overpay. This might have been Alex Cora and his connection with Bregman out in Houston. Now there's some trouble in paradise right before the season. And I think it's funny, right, how teams are covered. Marcus Stroman says, I'm a starter, I'm a starter, I'm a starter. How dare he, a 10-year starter in this league, say he's a starter and doesn't want to pitch out of the bullpen? Rafael Devers says he's a third baseman. His manager comes right out and says, I don't care what he was told. Like, we're going to do what's best for the team. And, other players back him up. So they've got some issues up there in Boston. I wouldn't sign up and say that they're that much of a threat to the Yankees, but they have a decent lineup. They have a decent roster. And another thing now in the division with the Blue Jays, we all know that it's a foregone conclusion. Vladdy's leaving. He's done. They got to throw a lot of money at Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in free agency to fend off other teams. I think that the Red Sox are definitely going to be a player. And obviously, we know here the Mets are going to be a player. And here we go, Mets fans. When the season starts this year, you will open up Friday, April 4th, Saturday, April 5th, and Sunday, April 6th. There will be Juan Soto players pin given out on Saturday. There will be a 2025 schedule picture frame on Sunday. And you'll get to see potentially your 2026 first baseman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in person, and he's got a flair for the dramatic. He likes playing in New York. He hates the Yankees. You guys are going to love him. Mike is in Wilmington, North Carolina on the fan. What's up, Mike? Good. Thanks for calling. Yeah, there was a little turmoil there too, as I'm talking about trouble in paradise and some egos and there was a little issue in their clubhouse with Machado, with Tatis, Soto. I don't know who was responsible for it. I've heard only really good things about Soto in the clubhouse, but we did see, Judge talk about, hey, I tried to reach out to him. He changed his number. Soto just cold-blooded, left the Yankees, didn't reach out to any of his teammates, didn't have any type of communication with those guys. So maybe he's a little cold. Maybe he's a little standoffish. I don't expect him to be like that with the Mets, but you're 100% correct when you say Juan Soto isn't just your ticket to the World Series or the postseason. I think I made the joke the other night. He's due to miss the postseason. He's been in the postseason like every other year, if you go back and look. So you need a lot more than Juan Soto. Thanks for the call, Mike. That's why I asked, who is going to pitch? Juan Soto's not going to pitch. He's not even going to pitch in a blowout. Who's going to pitch if you lose one of your top three guys to injury? You're in trouble. If Clay Holmes is not an effective starter, you're in trouble. If you actually have to rely on Paul Blackburn and Griffin Canning and Tyler McGill, those days you're going to have to score 7-8 runs in the cold. Lindor traditionally starts off slow. Is he going to be hot out of the gate? The Mets absolutely need to win out of the gate this year. That first homestand, they have to beat the Blue Jays and Marlins. Neither team is good. They have to take 2 out of 3 from both of those teams and start the season off right. And they'll face the Marlins in Miami. They'll actually face the Houston Astros and then the Marlins. They got to start off on the right foot, or the narrative becomes louder, or the conversation grows around, okay, yeah, Juan Soto, $800 million investment. You brought Pete back, and I can see it now. Nick is in Franklin Square on the fan. Go for it, Nick. I'm good, man. How are you?
And what direction you would go to, and then I have one point about the Yankees that I would like your opinion on.
Okay.
You want to start with the Mets?
Yes.
Okay, so which direction would you go to fix this Frankie Montas problem? How would you go about, because listen to me, plain and simple, this guy's coming, and he ain't going to be around until July.
Yeah, because it's going to be a few months of just rest and repair, and he's got to ramp back up. And I was listening to C-Mac last night. He's like, he's still Frankie Montas when he comes back. Like, it's not like you're getting an ace back. You go from a 6-man rotation to a 5-man rotation, and your president of baseball operations says he feels really good about the depth that he has, more so than last year. Jeremy Hefner and that pitching lab, they know who it's going to be, whether it's going to be Tyler McGill or Paul Blackburn or Griffin Canning. I would go Tyler McGill just because he's been here. Griffin Canning is coming over from the Angels. It might be too big from him. Paul Blackburn, we saw for a little bit. I would go Tyler McGill and see what he's got.
I'm a Mets fan. How do you feel that the Yankees front office completely held out this whole entire offseason, knowing for the past 4 months that John Carlos Stanton has not swung a bat in 4 months.
I mean, not great.
And that's the Yankees' biggest weakness is that it's a hard that order. Since our base and all, but the middle of the order is the Yankees' big question mark. And now this guy hasn't swung a bat in 4 months.
Yeah, not great, but it's more of the same. Thanks for the call, Nick. And we'll bring some Yankee fans in at 888-808-1019. Tell me how you feel. And I talked about this last night. You know, they've known for a month that Stanton had this tennis elbow. More. Stanton said he was feeling it at the end of last season. I'll say a few things here. One, I'm not mad at Stanton. He is granted immunity for going Barry Bonds again, for going crazy again, for hitting home runs, winning games, stepping up. They throw him a fastball, it's leaving the ballpark. That guy was the ALCS MVP. I got nothing bad to say about him. When I say it's more of the same, I know he's injury prone. I know that he's breaking down. I know that he's 35, going on 36, and there's only going to be more problems like this. If it's not his legs, now it's his elbows. So I'm not mad at John Carlos Stanton. I asked Yankee fans last night, who you mad at? You should be mad at Brian Cashman. You should be mad at the front office for not being more proactive about it. Brian Cashman told you last year being hurt is part of his game. So if you know that, you knew that and you know that, there should have been some more urgency to go get a third baseman, whether it's trade or whether you're going to buy somebody. I was never interested in buying Alex Bregman, but I just think it's unfortunate that the Yankees made more money than they have in any other year by going to the World Series. They raked in the cash. I think it's unfortunate that they got to the World Series last year, embarrassed themselves, and then got mocked. And now they have to get back. Then they lose Juan Soto to their crosstown rival, and they just accept all of this stuff. And, hey, did they pivot well? Hell yeah. Did they add talent to this team? Right on. On paper, in theory, defensively, are the Yankees a lot better with the additions of Max Fried, Devin Williams, Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, Fernando Cruz? Yeah. But it may not be enough. And I think that, this is a time to push your chips in because Stanton is 35. How old is Cole? 34. How old is Judge? 32, I think, going on 33. Your window to win with these guys is closing. This could be the last year. Also, that American League is weak, right? The quote-unquote cakewalk. If I know that on paper I am better than everybody in the American League, I'm pushing the chips in even more. That's what the Dodgers did. The Dodgers got the smell in their nose of a parade, of a ring, of bringing a championship back to Dodger Stadium. And you know what their ownership did? Defer everybody. Put everybody on layaway. Put everybody on a payment plan. Give me Blake Snell, Roki Sasaki, Tanner Scott, Kirby Yates, Teoscar, come on down. You're back as well. Michael Conforto, how you doing? They will just keep stacking the deck because you know what? Spending the most money last year turned into a World Series for them. They went back to the same formula. Spend again. Don't rest on your laurels. Don't think, no, we have enough. They got to the World Series and won it throwing bullpen games. Their best player, highest paid player, was hurt. Ohtani was compromised. And the rest of the guys dragged them along to the finish line. So what did they do now? They got better. And I feel like the Yankees are better, yeah, defensively, but it's a philosophy change. You lose Juan Soto, you lose the World Series. Now, Stanton, you're going to lose for maybe the first month or two of the season. How do you not hit the break glass in case of emergency button and go out there and trade for a Nolan Arenado? Or, I'll play a clip later from Joel Sherman talking about going to get Carlos Correa. I know I was floating the idea about, getting a Key Brian Hayes. Some of you floated the idea of getting Justin Turner. But he was never shaving that bright red beard. He's going to the north side of Chicago. I think the Cubs are going to be decent too, Mets fans. So how do I feel about the Yankees knowing it's more of the same? What's one of my catchphrases? Piss on my head and tell me it's raining. Hope, hope, hope week. We always got to hope that they have enough. They're going to tell you DJ LeMahieu is healthy this year. And come on, bro. It's going to be, and today I had an article go out. Shout out to Ryan for writing up the article where I was like, now third base is more inflamed, more amplified. Now you have a hole at third base and at DH. You didn't have a bench last year in the World Series. You're pinch hitting Jose Trevino in a crucial spot. You're putting Oswaldo Cabrera in the game. Now it becomes a pain point that you have mid versus unknown versus washed. Love the kid that Oswaldo Cabrera is. He's got a smile on his face. I've met the guy. He's come on my radio show. But like as a pro ball player, he's in the middle of the pack. I hope he can grow and take a step forward and be an everyday player that, we can rally around and be clutch like he was at times in the beginning of the year. But I don't know that. We didn't even know what side of the plate he was going to hit from last year. Oswald Peraza is unknown. This is a kid that they threw into the fire and made the starting shortstop in the American League Championship Series against the eventual World Series champion Astros. And then he lost the shortstop job to Anthony Volpe, and he's been hurt and kind of just floating out there in the minors. And when he does get an opportunity to come up, he hits 188 and they send him back down. He is an unknown what he can be. I hope that guy takes a step forward and shows some growth as well. And, DJ LeMahieu, I was reading some quotes about DJ today, meeting the media and talking to the media. He took 2 months off from swinging this offseason to reset his body. It's the longest he's gone without swinging that he can remember. He's lost a lot of sleep with the injuries and with the lack of production. He says it's tough to be the guy the team can't rely on at times. Yeah, this guy was automatic. This guy was the machine. This was the guy that you wanted up at the plate with runners in scoring position, because it wasn't feast or famine. It wasn't homer or strikeout. It was this guy might hit it out of the ballpark. This guy might slap a single through. He might rip a double in the gap. He's like that. He's no longer like that. Now he's the at-bat that you dread. Now he's the at-bat that you close your eyes and you say, oh, here we go. He's about to make the last out or ground into a double play. Fans call him DJ LeGround out. But the Yankees are going to try it again because he's on the books for $15 million this year and next year. I go back to what I said about them making moves that prohibit them from making other moves, because they made the move for Stanton and they owe him this much money. They had to give DJ the X amount of years, 6 years to sign him. Well, we can't do anything else because we can't go over the luxury tax. The luxury tax is all the way over here on the left side as the one thing stopping the Yankees from pushing their chips all the way in. On the right side is the fact that they did get to the World Series last year but didn't finish the job. The fact that they were mocked by the Dodgers and should have something to prove, should be on a war path to get back to the World Series, prove the baseball world wrong. Their stars are aging. Their window for a championship is closing. The American League is weak, where they could dominate and run through it again. You have about 5 things on the other side saying, push all your chips in and go for it. The time is now. And one thing on the other side saying, nope, we can't do that. Nope, we don't want to pay that luxury tax. 888-808-1019 for the Yankee fans to weigh in. Zach is in Clarkstown. What's up, Zach? You got it. You're in there.
Yeah, Keith, love your show. First of all, I want to say, why are the Mets and Yankees, you have big boys, little boys? Why can't we just wait till the season starts, see who does better, then we can trash talk. Don't start trash talking. And then to the Wellesies point, he was trash talking the guy before. I'm under 12. I tell my dad isn't coming and isn't just gonna buy me jerseys every time I go to a game. If they make it free, my father's still not gonna. My dad's still not gonna just let me get jerseys.
Yeah, and you know what? It's expensive. And if your dad brings you to the game, Zach, you tell him, thank you, Dad. I love you. My dad never brought me to the game as a kid. I brought my mom to her first game as, a grown man. And, going to the game is a privilege. Going to the game is a luxury that not all fans have. Actually, a small percentage of the actual fan base has. And as far as the back and forth, as far as the, trash talking, there never will be peace. And, a lot of what you're getting from Mets fans is pent up aggression. I had, the cowbell man from the Bleacher Creatures, Milton, calling last night. He said, I want the Mets to win because they're like the Red Sox fans used to be, cursed. where maybe if they win, they'll leave us alone. Maybe if they feel what it feels like to be the champions and win the World Series, they'll get off our backs. We're not worried about them. Mets should go to their corner, Yankees to their corner, but we share the same land and the same radio station, the same everything. So it's tough, kid. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you listening to my show. 888-808-1019. We got a break. 9 o'clock coming up. 3 hours left. KM to AM returns right after this. All right, I'm back, yo. All right, let's see what they talking about. What they talking about? Talking about none. What they talking? They talking about none. What they talking? They talking about none. Peekaboo. I just put some boogers in my chain. Peekaboo. 80 pointers like a Kobe gang. Oh yeah, so I was trying to get a location check. Where are you watching from? Holler at me. Josh says I'm out. Nicholas is in Patchogue, New York, in Suffolk County, New York, not too far from where Boomer is in Sayville. Okay. I don't know anything about over there. Is the Mets going to pick up Vladdy for the Mets? Maybe next year. All right, what's on the hot stove for my Mets? Vlad and Queens by All-Star break? I don't think they're going to trade him. Montas replacement? I don't think they're going to sign a replacement. I don't think they're going to get Dylan Cease or nothing like that. The Red Sox worry me. The AL is wide open. Yeah, but they're going to have their own issues. They're going to have their own turmoil. You're already seeing that. Let's be honest. Senga is a big question mark too. Of course he is. Of course he is. He didn't pitch last year, you know? Of course he is. Clay Holmes is a 7th or 8th inning guy, in my opinion. Mets are crazy trying to make him a starter. I don't think it's that crazy. And I've been watching him pitch a little bit with the clips that are coming out of spring training. He could be a glorified opener. Could be a guy that they try and get 3-4 innings out of, and they just play the game and go to the bullpen if he struggles. I'm interested to see it. Their pitching lab is going to try and turn him into a starter, and he's game. He's up for it. McGill's got the stuff. He will be the guy close to putting it all together. I think Tyler McGill will be the guy. Who are the top 5 teams in the AL? The New York Yankees. Maybe the Texas Rangers. Maybe the Houston Astros. The Guardians or Twins. And then the last team, I have to go with like the Orioles or the Royals or the Red Sox. We don't know. We don't know. That, I could tell you, I'll put I'll put a collection of the top teams. Yankees, Guardians, Twins, Royals, Rangers, Astros, maybe Tigers. New Haven, Connecticut on the check-in. What up? All right, let's see what else we got to talk about here. Adam Ottavino signs with the Red Sox. All right. I got to see where the Yankees payroll is exactly because I don't know that number. And I've been saying they're a little bit over, but I don't know the number exactly. Yeah, 9:30 we're going to start cooking up the football stuff. When you Google MLB team payroll, real-time look at the 2025 salary payroll totals for each MLB team. The Mets are the highest. The Dodgers are second. Phillies, Yankees. Yeah. Maybe Twitter will have the answer. Yeah, the Yankees are under it. But I think if they made another move, that would put them over it. Yeah, the Yankees were like January. The Yankees' estimated total payroll was 316 last year, 2024, and their estimated payroll is 291 this year. And like since they're right on it, they don't want to make any moves that could put them a couple million over it. The combined payrolls of all AL Central teams. This is from last year. Doesn't matter anymore. All right, we're coming back. Did you say that just in my ear, or did you say that on air? Right back at it on the fan inside the 9 o'clock hour. Zoo, go ahead, drop your King Cohen. No, I didn't like it. King Cohen. that made me laugh. This is a Kendrick Lamar song. Zoo just remixed it to King Cohen. Got a bone to pick. Got a bone to pick with you fans. Didn't like it, man. We're in the middle of a pennant race and ballpark's not looking like it's supposed to look. It's not the Phillies, right? The Phillies, let's not use the Yankees as an example. Down there in Philly, they don't have to compete with another team. Down there in Philly, the price is ridiculous to get into Citizens Bank Park. And like they have a high payroll and a team full of stars, and they've been doing this for years. And you know what? Last year, they thought it was their year for real. Lucky for them, it ended up being the Eagles' year. Damn. I'm jealous. But there were points. They were like the first team to 60 wins last year. All of the propaganda out of Philly was this is our year. Red October again. It's our year to get back to the World Series and win it. Nope. Got knocked off by the Make It Happen Mets. I think they'll have a bone to pick. I think the Phillies will have a bone to pick. Philly star outfielder Nick Castellanos has a bone to pick with Scott Boras. He was formerly represented by the baseball Bond villain, the super agent. And Nick Castellanos decided to represent himself now. Nick Castellanos is also the same guy that told you, oh my God, that Candelita should have been National League MVP. I don't know, man. Baseball. We are baseballing. The games haven't even started yet. The games don't start till this weekend. I won't be down there for a month. March 17th, I'll fly down because I want to make sure it's warm. I've been working out. I'm trying to be down there flexed up at the pool. But we are already taking calls on the team and the owner and attendance. And I hope that this just drives ticket sales and excitement. And maybe people are booking their trips to spring training. It's good. It is good to have two World Series contending teams. We expect both teams to fight and contend. And I've said this a bunch on the radio. 2 years ago, when both teams missed the postseason, that October was ass. This year was lit. Just having both teams in the championship series and then one team even being able to do shows where I'm like, okay, I'll be your Huckleberry. What if we do get a Subway Series? Oh, Keith, you better be careful what you wish for. The Mets swept y'all. They'll sweep you again. Mets in 4. And then the Mets didn't hold up their end of the bargain, and the Yankees could have been swept by the Dodgers easily. Instead, we got the gentleman's sweep. The Yankees, man, I love the team. I love the culture. I love the fact, like I said this, being a Yankee fan, choosing the Yankees, one of the greatest decisions of my life that nobody nudged me towards. The television did it. Them winning did it. Like, my mom didn't make me a Yankee fan. My dad didn't make me a Yankee fan. My brother didn't make me a Yankee fan. It's just something that I naturally was drawn to. And so drawn to it as I became a man, I made it like my goal and my profession and my dream to be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when I wasn't doing this, I just was doing a podcast. Shout out to Craig Mahoney, where he was asking me, he's like, how'd you become a bleacher creature? And I'm like, dude, I was working at MTV. I would take the bus from exit 109 to Port Authority every day. And then I'd be sitting at MTV working, doing social media, and I'd be checking tickets all day. And I'd be looking for the cheapest ticket. And then once I found a ticket that was like $20, I was plotting on getting all my work done, getting through meetings, and quietly getting on that elevator and walking out of those doors and going right over to Bryant Park and taking the train up to Yankee Stadium by myself. And in the beginning, I would, hit people from the shore area. Yo, you want to come up? I got an extra ticket. Or, yo, I found some cheap tickets. Or, there was a deal with like Bank of America or Dunkin' Donuts or something like this. I got a, discounted ticket. And people, nah, I don't feel like coming all the way up to the city for the game. I got to work, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, whatever. For me, I'm like, either way, my car is parked at exit 109. Whether I get there at 8 p.m. or I get there at 12 a.m., when you're young, I was like 25, 26 years old. I just wanted to go to the stadium, man. And I always had the thought in my head, like, I'm so much closer to the stadium than I ever was. Monday through Friday, I'm in Midtown. I'm in Times Square. My whole life, I grew up 2 hours from the stadium. I got to go to the game. So I started going by myself. I started getting that cheapest ticket. And yeah, my ticket might be 400 level, but after a while, I learned there's no security up here. Nobody's checking tickets up here. I don't got to stay up here. And from first pitch, 203 is cracking. Hey, yo, Aaron Judge. And it's lit. So I started to just gravitate towards 203. And I started to see a lot of the same faces and a lot of the same people. And I started to realize, oh, these people know each other. Oh, these people are friends. Oh, these people are cracking jokes during the whole game. These people have chants. They have organized things that they say and do. I'm like, these are actual bleacher creatures. Not before long, I started showing up enough, and I literally do not know exactly which one of you creatures it was that pulled me in and was like, hey, come with us. And then once you come into the creatures and you get into the chats and you get into this organized mob of Yankee fans, you start to plot on the next day. And the next day, yo, you going to the game? What time you coming to the game? Yo, you need a ticket? You got a ticket? Anybody selling a ticket? And then boom, I was in there. That was 2016, 2017. And I still roll up to the stadium now. Now I'm hitting the chat. Anybody need a ticket? I'm hitting the chat. Anybody need a ride? Anybody need a ticket? Yo, I'll see y'all up there at 5 o'clock. 888-808-1019. Jack is in Flanders, New Jersey on the Fan. You got it, Jack.
Hey, Keith, thanks for taking the call.
No problem.
Theoretically, I do think that the Yankees this year is a much better team just defensively and on paper with the lineup. I think the biggest need is that leadoff hitter. But for me, let's say that the Yankees make the playoffs, whether they're a division winner or not, and let's say that they get to ALCS but lose. Do you think that Aaron Boone will have a job for the next season as a Yankee man?
Aaron Boone's going to get an extension before this season, probably.
On that, I think that, I mean, like, at this point, this is like an era of Aaron Boone.
You'll see if my Aaron Boone drop is in there.
We make the World Series. We're now a laughing stock to the other team that we just played. I think it's like the Aaron Boone era is like, it's got to be dwindling. And
Nah. He just went to the World Series last year.
I know, but like, is that like, as a Yankee fan, I grew up with my dad telling me that that's not the bar, is to make it and yep, you get to keep your job. Joe the game away and we fired him.
I know. That's unfortunate.
It's just like, I don't see how, if we don't make it this year, you look at this team and say, oh yeah, we have 3 more years of Judge, Stanton, Cole, and all of these guys. It just doesn't make any sense. And at some point, it's okay, that didn't work. Maybe just bringing in a new guy, a new philosophy to the team will, with your last remaining years. I mean, this isn't sustainable, I see, for the next 5 years. 5 years from now, I think I'm going to see another 82-80 type season, and I'm going to have to live with it.
Yeah, Judge got hurt that year, Jack. Thanks for the call. You're just so wrong. You guys are so wrong that are trying to get Aaron Boone out of here. Shout out to Neil Keefe. It's been a minute since I've seen Neil. But Neil put this out on Twitter. He said, extend Aaron Boone. Only Yankees manager to get a 5th season on the job with like, hold on. This is a troll thing. I don't want to read this one. This isn't the tweet I was looking for. This one's trolling Aaron Boone. There's another one that's actually bigging up Aaron Boone. I can go off the top of my head. Aaron Boone has won 100 games multiple times. Cashman himself, they hand-selected Aaron Boone. Aaron Boone had never managed anywhere else. We like to cherry pick 82 and 80, but like I just said to Jack, Judge got hurt. Judge ran into a wall. Before Judge ran into a wall, everybody was looking at the Yankees as a top 5 team in baseball. They went to Dodger Stadium and beat the Dodgers. It's hard to come off of Judge's 2022 MVP season. You had Volpe as a rookie. You had a bunch of Jake Bowers and IKF, and you guys remember. They had a bunch of random players mixed in there. Billy McKinney, Greg Allen. Without Judge, there is no team. And I said this last year, there's no plan to win without Aaron Judge. He's the captain. He's the leader of the team. His first year as captain, he goes down. Aaron Boone should have won Manager of the Year in 2019. I remember coming up with hashtag replace for 28. They don't put Chase for 28 out there because we're just longing and waiting for that 28 championship. But that year, man, we had to rely on Mike Tauchman and Gio Urshela. Guys like Breivik Valera played. And Cameron Maben. Shout out to my guy Cam. I got to get Cam to come back on. Aaron Boone is the exact guy that they wanted for these Baby Bomber 2.0, which none of them are here anymore except Judge. He's the exact guy that they wanted to handle the media. He's the exact guy that they handpicked with no other experience, and now he's got a ton of experience. And I remember Cashman saying that he wanted him to have as much run as Joe Girardi. He wanted him to have as much run as Joe Torre. Well, he's getting that run. If they wanted to get rid of him, they should have got rid of him after the wild card loss to Boston. They didn't do that. He's going to be extended. He said there's no place that he'd rather be. And like now that he got back to the World Series, they obviously lost in embarrassing fashion. They're not putting that on Boone. They're just not. And I'm telling you, he's so connected to the players on this team. He's so connected to Aaron Judge. He's going to be the manager through the rest of Aaron Judge's time. So there is no ultimatum. There is no bar of like, if Aaron Boone or if the Yankees don't do this, Aaron Boone won't be extended. Hal has spoken on it. Cashman has spoken on it. Boone it's getting done. And I think it could get done before the start of the season. Now, it's funny. I got to find the positive tweets because as I'm reading this, shout out Neil. If Neil catches this, I'm like, Neil, I just Googled your tweet, which was against Aaron Boone, and it got a lot of attention. But like, Aaron Boone doesn't get to take any swings. Aaron Boone doesn't get to throw the ball. But Aaron Boone has the pulse of this young Yankee team, and he fights for his players. He's toned down the ejections, and like we want to kill Aaron Boone for all the bad decisions, but we don't ever give him credit for the good decisions, right? We don't give him credit for all right. Can't keep going with Clay Holmes. Move Luke Weaver to that spot, right? Gleyber Torres, like as much as we talked in the last week about Gleyber Torres pushing back and fighting. No, I'm a second baseman. I'm not moving off second base for Jazz Chisholm to go to third. It was Boone who had the foresight to say, hey, I'm going to leave you at second because last time we moved you to short, you didn't hit. I'll leave you at second, but you got to hit. We're going to move you back to leadoff, and you got to produce. And what did Gleyber do? He produced. He made a deal with him. Glaber's no longer here. You guys see Gleyber today? If you go to my Twitter, at Keith_McPherson, the Tigers put out a promo video of Gleyber Torres, full beard, 25 jersey with Torres on the back. 21 seconds in, he does like a fake swing, and the first thing that comes out of his mouth is "see ya." Yankee boy, only been with the Yankees, right? Remember, Gleyber was just a baby coming up, 23 years old. He does a fake swing, and he looks at the camera and goes, "See ya." I'm like, that's the Caster's line. You got to say something else. I don't know. Say Bamba. Say Placata. Say something, Gleyber. Don't say "see ya." That's the Yankee announcer home run call. Young Alex out in Lakewood back on the fan. You got it.
Number one, Keith, the caller that just called up, I don't think any of the decisions come from Boone. I think it's all Cashman telling Boone, and he's just a motivator.
Well, I can tell you it's a collaborative effort. Boone, Cashman, Michael Fishman, Omar Minaya. I think they have a lot of meetings and a lot of conversations, but ultimately Boone does have the final say as the manager. And then once he gets in the game and on the field, there's certain things that only Boone can, make the call for. So, yeah, it isn't. I know everybody wants to say he's a data applicator.
So I'm going to mess you on Sterling this year because I want to hear him say when Cody Bellinger hits a home run, a back-to-back and a belly-to-belly.
Yeah, depending on where Belly hits in the lineup. And today, Belly said he doesn't care where he hits in the lineup, whatever they see fit. Belly's, he's come in and he's been great so far as saying, play me wherever, bat me wherever. And I don't know what John's call would be, but we obviously know if he goes back-to-back and a belly-to-belly, we'd hear that. I didn't care.
Taking this mini tournament that's us a turn.
I'm a puck guy now. I watch hockey now. I'm getting ready for the Four Nations face-off, Confrontation Days, Four Nations on Thursday. That's what I was saying Monday. I'm like, I don't need to fix the NBA All-Star Weekend. It's broken. Either do away with it or go all the way back to how it used to be, how it started. Either get the stars to compete in the dunk contest, the three-point contest, the home team guys compete in all the events, and then go back to just East versus West. These guys wearing their white uniforms versus the color uniforms, and be done with it and incentivize it. I did see today that they're talking about next year doing something that I mentioned last night on the fan. The women have started this league called Unrivaled, where they go one-on-one, and the NBA is discussing adding a one-on-one tournament for All-Star Weekend with a $1 million prize. I bet you get some guys to hoop and try and get that extra $1 million. I bet you see that.
Imagine seeing Wendy, Giannis, Edwards, Zion. That would be nuts.
Yeah, but, another thing I was saying, too, I saw PK Subban talking about the difference between – yeah, but, Alex, you got to let me respond. PK Subban was talking about the difference in the cultures between the NHL and the NBA. When you step out there on the ice, you got to have your head on a swivel. You got to be ready to compete. I saw Jack Hughes come out there and say, like, everybody is focused. He's like, you ask anyone in this room, the NHL season is on the back burner. We got Canada and the U.S. Thursday. That's all that matters right there. Like, these guys care about that. They want to win. In the NBA, these guys are pissed off. Draymond's talking down on the whole thing. LeBron waited till the day before to say, yeah, I'm not playing. And they've got the OGs versus the rising stars, and they're making 4 teams or 3 teams or whatever. It's a mess. So, yeah, I don't know. I think hockey won. I think the NFL definitely won, and the NBA took a step back with this All-Star weekend. I don't think Spencer Jones is ready. Thanks for the call, Alex. 888-808-1019. Joe is in West Orange on the Fan. Go for it, Joe.
Hey, Keith, thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask you real quick, right? And real quick before I get to my Yankees, I don't get all the hate on Boone either. This guy, he's a perennial winner. Like he.
Oh, I know what the tweet I was gonna reference, the feeding frenzy comment. Cashman came out this week and said he felt like if they were to let Aaron Boone go, there would be a feeding frenzy for him. And I agree. He would have a job in a day. Somebody else would bring him in, and look what he did in the hardest place to do it, with the team that he had to do it, and all the expectations and the fans yelling, and a fan yelling in Legends, and him getting ejected because the umpire thinks that his voice is the fan voice. Like, yeah, I don't know. I got no problem with Aaron Boone. Aaron Boone came in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, people would not, we can't get people in New York sports to walk in here and be asked the hard questions and to play the card game with BT and Sal and then lose. When I actually saw Boone a couple weekends ago, the first thing he said to me is he should have beat these guys and he wants another crack at it. He's a competitor. I was like, Boone, I don't care about the card game, bro. Thanks for actually coming to WFAN and hanging out for an hour. We can't get any other coaches to do that or GMs to do that.
No, say what you want, right? But he definitely commands. Yeah, he definitely commands and has a presence. Plus his watch game is tight. Every time I see.
I'm in the same gang. I don't get the same watches he's got, but if you're watching on my live stream right now, I'm throwing up the Oris watch. Shout out to my guy Josh at Oris Watches. They've sent me 2. I've bought one, and I always say to Josh, I'm like, whatever you guys are sending to Boone, he's got the ridiculous watch bands. I mean, my watches are a couple thousand. He must have the ones that are 10 G's, 20 G's.
I'm serious. That's awesome. Hey, so I had a quick question for you. I just wanted to get your opinion. So with all the discussion around like third base, right? And now with Big G and the tendonitis, do you think the Yankees would now seriously consider taking a look or talking with St. Louis for Nolan Arenado? Or do you think that it then becomes almost like you said earlier, like a Bregman thing where maybe they...
No, because we're learning about Stanton this week. They've known about it for a month. So if they were going to do Arenado, they would have done it already. Jack Curry told us no. Andy Martino told us no. Thanks for the call, Joe. They are not interested in Nolan Arenado like some fans are. They had plenty of opportunity to try and make that trade happen. It wasn't a surprise to them that Stanton was hurt. It's a surprise to us now, but that does not increase their urgency. They are going to see what they have in camp, and they're going to, I guess, address the problem internally. 888-808-1019. I got a break. When we come back, we'll do some football stuff. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB. Is that Cam Ward, Nevin Shapiro conspiracy in the system? Okay, cool. Yeah, shout out to Josh at Oris. Oris gang. When you see Aaron Boone rocking his Oris watches, like I said, I think, I got the Aquas date. I need to order another one, honestly, but they're like $3,000-$4,000 watches. The ones Boone has are probably like $10,000-$20,000. So I ain't flexing like that. I'm not getting paid like the Yankee manager. When we come back, I do got to read a couple things. I'm going to queue them up about Aaron Boone. Neil Keefe put out a troll tweet. Almost got me. Yeah, give me 1 second to answer text and whatnot, and I will get right back to the chat. I'm tweaking. I didn't even put out. I think I'm live on IG. Am I live on IG, bro? No, maybe I'm not live on Instagram. You are live on Instagram, it says. There's my ESPN drop.
And who will be seen in San Antonio? You can get in on all the
ESPN, run me that bread.
ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Next check, next pay period. Okay, hold on. All right, emails cleared, text cleared. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Almost at 1,000. Watch how we get to 1,000. All I gotta do is hit the retweet on my own tweet, and bang. Let's see. I just be looking for nerds to mute for real. I don't even block people because, like, I don't want to give them that badge of honor. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, what is your profile pic, bro? See, the thing about me, like, there's a lot of media members that, and we're over 1,000. I think there's a lot of writers and people with followers in the media. They're like, don't read the comments, don't engage with haters, don't respond. I'm like, I prefer it. When I had 3,000 followers, I was responding. When I had 10,000 followers, I was interacting. When I had 20,000 followers, same thing. 30,000, about to hit 40,000. It's part of it. You just can't let it bother you, right? Like, imagine me reading this right now, you know, and then being like, not able to do my show. I'm not even gonna read the hater comment. These people are stupid. Like, you get anonymous losers that won't show their face, won't show their name, and be like, Keith McPherson sucks. Yeah, I guess, bro. I guess. I guess. I think you're in denial, and that's okay. Ben, what up, bro? What up, bro? We're about to hit some of the NFL conversation. Cam Ward, Matthew Stafford, Daniel Jones. Bring back the ferry to Queens. Fill the seats. Oh, was there a ferry that used to pull up at that marina? I wouldn't know. What are your top 5 teams in the National League? Top 5 teams in the National League. Dodgers. Padres. Mets. Braves. Phillies. Almost as good as choosing the Devils. All right, here we go. We're back. I'll get back to the rest of the questions in a minute. Here we go. Halfway. Time flies when you're having fun. I always am having fun. Thanks for listening, calling, holding, watching online as we continue to, raise the total. I had some anonymous nerd when I went live, like, I don't know. I went live at maybe 7. Let me get the exact times. I went live at 7:23. So, of course, the anonymous nerd goes 38 views, laughing my ass off. You didn't even give me 60 seconds. 38 views in 60 seconds is impressive. Now we have approaching 1,200 people watching live, and who knows how many people listening on air. And I appreciate every single one of you, because in this time, you could watch anything, you could listen to anything, you could do anything else, and you're choosing to listen to us talk sports on WFAN. So let's get back to it. I want to introduce some football conversation. The first thing that I saw today that made me say, got to talk about this on the Fan. Former Giants quarterback Daniel Jones might be heading to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'm trying to picture it, and I can't, right? The report out there from the Pony Express, Andrew Filipponi. If you guys remember, Andrew Filipponi used to do, I think, Locked On Sports here. You also hear his First in Pod advertised on WFAN, where he talks about, well, the old one used to be like, Patrick Mahomes, he's like Michael Jordan. It's not even a question. He's not phased. Remember that ad? He does the show with Patrick Peterson. So the Steelers have interest in free agent quarterback Daniel Jones. There's an interest, and it's attached to Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith, the former head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, who became the offensive coordinator this year with the Steelers. The Steelers could do a lot worse than Jones, with the belief he's actually a good fit for Arthur Smith's offense and Mike Tomlin's preference for a mobile quarterback. So I started to think, and I'm like, is Daniel Jones better than Justin Fields? Yeah. In his career, he's thrown more touchdown passes. He has a playoff win. And when he got that playoff win, what did he also have with him? A good running game and a defense. And in Pittsburgh, they have Najee Harris, who rushes for 1,000 yards every year. They also have Jaylen Warren, who is coming off injury. He'll be another year removed off injury. Maybe they move on from Najee, but I don't think they will. That defense is always going to be there. I can see Daniel Jones working in Pittsburgh. What a change in culture going to the Rooney family from the Maras and joining Mike Tomlin and not being under Brian Daboll. And I think he's perfect. He's so quiet and docile and stoic, and he's just going to go in there and work. And if they draft a wide receiver, as a lot of people are expecting, or they get some more weapons, and if he can get the ball to George Pickens, and they've got a couple guys over there, it could be quite intriguing to see Daniel Jones go put on the black and yellow. How would Giants fans feel about that? 888-808-1019. Daniel Jones reclamation project all the way west out in Pittsburgh, PA. I think Mike Tomlin is interested. I think Arthur Smith is interested, and they probably won't just sign him. They'll probably bring him in to compete. I think Russell Wilson has to be on the Giants' radar for sure. He stopped by here last year en route to Pittsburgh. Matthew Stafford is out. for the most part. And I never really entertained it. If you listen to me talk about it, I never really thought Matthew Stafford was going to be a thing. Shout out to my guy, Ben, who put a note that Matthew Stafford and the Rams have a mutual goal of reaching a new contract. Duh, they should. He gets them to the playoffs. He won a Super Bowl. They went to get him. He just wants his respect. His wife was, looking for some leverage. Another quarterback that could be headed this way. There's a rumor that Justin Fields and the Jets, right? New York Jets and free agent QB Justin Fields could have mutual interest. According to Jay Fowler, ESPN, the Jets like the idea of a dual threat quarterback in Fields and looked at the roster and they see some intrigue there. And there's definitely some intrigue in reuniting him with his Ohio State buddy, Garrett Wilson. Now, I was listening to Evan and Tiki, Evan and Morash today. Tiki was away. Morash filled in. And they played this clip from Nevin Shapiro. If you guys remember watching that 30 for 30, and, if you guys were, I think I was in high school or middle school around the time that the Miami Hurricanes were coming up with, those teams that they had. He was one of the boosters. He was one of those guys way before NIL that was hooking those Miami Hurricanes up. Remember that rap song that they had? Greg Olson had a verse on that rap song. Remember that, Zoo? Greg the Leg, something like those were the days, bro. I'm a little older than you. You had to be real young when they were tripping at Miami like that. Back when, of course he was. Greg Olson coming out of Jersey. I think he went to Don Bosco. I think his pops was coaching at Don Bosco back then. Shout out to him. But yeah, let's play this clip. And while Zoo cues it up, Cam Ward is, he's speaking with his chest lately. If you pass on him, he's saying, if any team that passes on him, you got to play me. I'll remember that, right? He's going to have a chip on his shoulder. He wants to be the number one pick. But Nevin Shapiro has some other plans, or I don't know, him being connected down there in Miami. He's hearing some other things.
As the player for Cam Ward, and it's put together a big package, is the New York Jets. Firsthand, specifically, same way I was told about Cam Ward being the first pick, which, by the way, makes me look accurate. The Giants decided to go win. Otherwise, they'd have Cam Ward sitting there for them. New York Jets. The New York Jets are making a strong play for Cam Ward.
Well, I wasn't going to play it. I saw this on the internet, and I didn't really think it was valid, but I heard Evan played, and I'm like, why not? Can you imagine? Right? Mike Borgonzi, who interviewed for the Jets GM position and then ultimately left Kansas City and took the Titans GM position. New GM over there looking to make some moves. Maybe he feels like Will Levis is okay. Maybe he feels like Mason Rudolph is okay. Maybe he feels like he can get somebody in free agency. Maybe he's got a direct line to Carson Wentz, who is in Kansas City. Maybe he feels like we need to trade back because this team has so many pain points, so many holes to fix. Cam Ward could just set us back if he's not the guy. Maybe we make a trade. And I heard Evan talking about it. The Jets are the exact type of team right now that can roll the dice. They are the exact type of team right now. They have a lot of their roster filled with talent. They're just missing the young quarterback. And they can make a play to go get Cam Ward and have him compete with Tyrod Taylor. And if he's that good and he's ready to play, boom, there you go. The Cam Ward era starts in Florham Park. 888-808-1019. What would they have to give up? Jets fans, what would you give up for Cam Ward? Are you even interested in Cam Ward, or you thinking Shedeur Sanders could fall to you? I saw a video today of Shedeur Sanders saying, he only plays Madden with the Cleveland Browns because he likes the way their offense moves around on the video game. And there's so many of us saying that no way would Shedeur Sanders and Dion go to Ohio. He's going to force his way to the Giants. Man, if the Giants do not figure out how to get a quarterback in this draft, it is going to be bad. They have to. And maybe they aren't so interested in getting Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. Maybe it's Jackson Dart. Maybe it's Kyle McCord. But, they've been needing the quarterback to complete the Holy Trinity. And now, the NFL draft is a competition. The NFL Combine is coming up very soon. NFL Combine dates. I feel like I should know this off the top of my head. less than 10 days. Thursday, February 27th through Sunday, March 2nd, we'll start to see the combine. Somebody's going to start to rise. Somebody's going to throw the ball well. Somebody's going to run well. Somebody's going to do some reps on the bench. There's going to be a few guys that turn heads, just athletic specimens that show out, in spandex and in Under Armour.
Right now, I don't know if this exists. I don't at any sports book in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, wherever. But if I can get an alternate number on where Jackson Dart is going to get drafted, give me the under on 10.5, and that meaning he's going in the top 10.
Yeah. Yep.
Already building him up. He'll get in the top 10, and Milroe will end up getting in the top 15, top 20, and you'll have 4 guys taken, and it'll be like every other year. Only this year, we'll look back and we'll say the same types of things that we said Smith's year, EJ May.
We can rattle off the Zach Wilsons and Trey Lances of the world, the Anthony Richardsons of the world, even Michael Penix, who I think is good. He wasn't supposed to be drafted 8 by the Falcons. It all comes with like this manufactured hype from combine to pro day to personal, meetings set up, and then these teams. The quarterback is the most important position in the NFL. These teams understand how valuable it is to try and get that guy, and they take a swing at it.
And you know what the most messed up part is like a guy like Baker, right? Baker was a dude who was probably projected, because I was really involved in college football at the time. He was probably a 5th round, 4th round pick going into the middle to latter part of that year. And he went straight into the top 10 and was the number 1 pick. You're telling me if Baker Mayfield didn't get an opportunity to sit and be a guy who was learning at a 4th round pick with no expectations, that he wouldn't be at least the same quarterback that he is today? That's astronomical.
Baker is a dog. Baker is one of my favorite quarterbacks. Like, bro, he came to MetLife. He did the Tommy Cutlets all fast. He'll run a guy over. He'll talk trash. I saw a video from Tristan Wirfs and the offensive lineman. As we talk about Aaron Rodgers not being 1 of 53, Baker Mayfield is 1 of 53. When he first came to Tampa, he's hitting guys up like, yo, you want to get a beer? He hangs out with the Yankees. He's taking batting practice with the Yankees. Like, he went from Texas Tech, transferred to Oklahoma, went viral hitting his Dougie. Hey. We have planted the flag at Ohio State. Now look at all of the things that have come out of him planting that flag, all the teams that do it rivalry week. And then he had a marketing team around him, because remember he recreated the Brett Favre picture before the draft. The night before or going into that night, he did it. And I guess he had an inkling that he was about to go high in the draft. And, man, that was just manufactured buzz. But he deserved it. He's a dog. He can play. He knows his X's and O's. He's a competitor. But the chatter gets loud about he's not athletic. He's undersized. He was a transfer. He was a walk-on transfer. So, if you're not just a blue chip coming out of high school, it's tough.
Stuff though does help, because it doesn't help. I take that back. But when a guy like Baker goes in that 4th round, like I'm talking about a 3rd round where he has those lower expectations, it's not so much of the expectation. It's the fact that he has to go in and be the savior to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Whereas if they would have just brought him in and had him learn and develop, he probably is the same quarterback, if not better at this point, and he's with the Browns.
Didn't he get them to a playoff game? Or he had one decent season. They moved off from too fast. It's Cleveland. They went and gave Deshaun Watson the most guaranteed money. They're idiots. They also drafted Johnny Manziel. They also drafted a bunch of other quarterbacks. Man, what was the kid out of Notre Dame that they drafted? Where I was like, nah, this kid's not going to work there. Notre Dame QB drafted by Brown. Somebody listening is screaming. Not even Brady Quinn. Deshaun Kaiser is who I'm thinking about. Remember Deshaun Kaiser? DTR. Tim Couch. 888-808-1019. Now the conversation is open about the quarterback position, because here in New York, we now need a quarterback for the Jets and the Giants. Another draft is coming soon. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll take your Mets calls, your Yankee calls. If you're on hold, stay on hold. But now, second half of the show, we're going to talk quarterbacks. We're going to talk Jets and Giants, and I'll sprinkle in some other stuff as well. KM to AM returns right after this. Yeah. Google got me first. All right, that was fun. Yeah. Did anyone in the chat have that? Deshaun Kaiser. All right, back to the Chizat. What's your Mets win total projection this year? Let's see what their win total is. I haven't done any future bets yet for MLB. They better win 90 games, but I don't know who's going to be pitching all those games. I think last year I was right around what they had. Oh, look at that. I got a $20 bonus in FanDuel, which is like 1% of the amount of money I've lost in FanDuel. So that little $20 to me is nothing, bro. Let's see. MLB, league winners division win totals. And let's see the New York Mets. The New York Mets are at under 92.5 wins. The over is plus 100. Maybe I just put my bonus bet on that. It won't let me put my bonus bet on that. You can't bet futures with the bonus bet. What's the Yankees win total at? And I'll thanks for bringing this to my attention. I'll put this on air when I get back too. I have not looked at my future stuff yet. Kind of wait till we see, like, Garrett Cole got hurt in spring training last year. Sure, that changes. The Yankees are at 93.5. The over is plus 100. So I'll put. I think I said 90 off the top of my head. I'll put the Mets at 90 wins. I'll put the Mets at 90 wins. So I'm taking the under. You know you're doing something good when you got haters, Cam. Yeah, thank God, yo. I'm standing at a table full of bottles. Standing at a table full of models. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't pop. Like, I always tell people, especially young people too, when I was broke, when I was unemployed, it was quiet for me. Nobody was hating on me. So when I open up my phone and I check Twitter, I check Instagram, or somebody sends me something from Facebook or Reddit, I laugh and I talk right back to people. People think I won't respond to them. So, like, having haters is a sign of, like, you doing the right thing. Nobody gets unanimous love. If you're getting hated on, they only hate on people doing better than them. If you're being hated on, they're critiquing you, which means they're watching you, they're listening to you, they're judging you. And there's a thin line between love and hate. Gary Vee told me, right, when I have my my DMs closed for the longest time on Instagram, because when I first started on the Fan, I got a lot of hate. I was replacing a legend. People thought, like, I didn't deserve that opportunity. I'm black, so people are just automatically racist, right? When you're black, you're just gonna get that negativity. You're just gonna get that vile, nasty, just, like, I don't know, people saying hateful things to you because you were born into having a good tan. So I turned my DMs off because, like, people sending the N-word or people saying I was a DIE hire. Is it DIE? DEI? See, I don't even know. A die hire, a diversity, equity, inclusion hire. I'm like, I don't need this to throw me off. Like, I just need to turn this off so I don't even read this from anonymous people that, like, would never have the balls to pull up to my face and say it. And Gary Vee, when I connected with him, was like, no, open your DMs because, like, you need to be able to deal with that. You need to be able to read a message and keep doing your thing. And you have no idea what's waiting for you. Since I opened my DMs, the amount of love I've received from people, like, people pouring their hearts out to me, people telling me things, I feel bad because I'm like, man, how many people did I miss? I have people in jail talking about listening to my show. I have people that are kids talking about listening to my show. I had a guy tell me a story about him leaving, getting in the car to take his own life. And he listened to my show and I was talking about the joy that my son has brought me and expressing my own position in life. And he couldn't leave his own kids. He said he stopped, he turned the car around, and he didn't go through with it. So, like, haters are fine, man. We live in an internet culture where these haters can exist, and most of them are cowards and anonymous. So, yeah, thank you for that. Daniel Jones is going to the Steelers. Wow, that's something, Keith. He will do good with the team. He might be. Just a rumor for now. He might be. Greg Olsen was Wayne Hills. Please put some respect on. Let's see. Did he play at Wayne Hills? Greg Olsen High School. Wayne Hills. Damn. I disrespected. I said he was what I say, Don Bosco or Bergen Cat. I'll have to come back and correct that, bro. I have to come back and correct that. You got it. Champagne Poppy. Keith, you need to be rocking a yellow Savannah Bananas winter hat. Send me one. I have a Savannah Bananas Roosevelt's tee from when they did the collab back in like 2020. But I don't have that anymore. Oh, let me see. Daniel Jones take around 9:35, I think. Daniel Jones to the Steelers. So I got to send our digital team moments from the show to potentially clip so I could get featured on Instagram. That's what I was just doing there. Jay Schmees, Big Papa, how's your son? How is fatherhood treating you? God bless you and your wife. I know it's only been a couple weeks. Them first couple weeks be crazy, bro. Them first couple weeks having a baby in your apartment, in your house, it's a different experience, bro. I get haters online too, Keith. I remember I'm a strong black woman. I get it. Heard you. What's good, bro? Show's about to come back on. I'll bring it up. You are now in the mix with DJ Ed R. Zoomin on the fan. Yo, what up? KM to AM coming up on the 10 o'clock break. Talking to people in the chat. A couple good things came out of the online chat. I stand corrected and no disrespect. Champagne Poppy in the chat says, Greg Olsen went to Wayne Hills. Please put some respect on North Jersey public school ball. My bad. You are correct. And I think his dad coached Wayne Hills and coached him. I don't know why. I think I just automatically went to Don Bosco. They are a factory. But yes, Greg Olsen came out of Wayne Hills. He was a monster. And then he went down to the U. 888-808-1019. What else from the chat? It's like a new segment, right? I can pull things from the online, discussion. What's your Mets win total prediction this year? So before I even looked, I said 90 wins. They got to win 90 games because I just think 90 gives you a shot to get into the dance, and they got to get in the dance. It can't be 80, low 80. And then I went to my handy dandy FanDuel app to see, all right, what's Vegas got the over-under at? And it's still obviously early in camp, so I wouldn't really play this, but plus 100 for the Mets win total, right, at 92.5, 92.5. And then Big Bro, the Yankees, is at 93.5. So, yeah, the more things change, the more things stay the same. The Mets fans think that they're Big Bro, and even Vegas has the Yankees a game better. It's just how it goes, man. Ray is in Brooklyn. Ray, you're on the fan. Go for it.
Hey, yo, Keith, my guy, before I get to them whack ass, let's go mad. Let me just say something real serious because there was a fan who called last week, and I was on hold. I didn't get the opportunity to address it. Speaking about Bernie Williams, like in a derogatory
fashion. And I don't just love Bernie because I'm Boricua and New York Rican like my man Bernie is, because I'm super objective. Like, for example, Carmelo Anthony has the flag on his hand. And I don't appreciate what he did for the organization, how he represents. So, I'm capable of being objective. The fact that Bernie Williams is a great player, borderline Hall of Famer, in my mind, a Hall of Famer. But, the guy is next to Aaron Judge. And that's why Judge and Bernie are my two favorite baseball players of all time. These guys are just class individuals personified. You can't have better representation and leadership for an organization than those two gentlemen. And the fact that Bernie Williams keeps getting knocked when the guy keeps, look at it, from 1995 to 2002, that covers 8 seasons. A-Rod was right. That's why Jeter was so mad, because A-Rod was right when he said, we don't worry about Derek Jeter. We prepare to stop game records like Bernie Williams, and
Clutch. Ready.
Yeah, and Keith, and Bernie, in my opinion, definitely the best player during that Yankees run. He's not going to make the Hall of Fame because the last couple seasons he fell slightly under 300 as an average. He started late. He was about 25, like Judge when he got started. Otherwise, this guy's a lot Hall of Famer and just a great individual. I love that dude. Listen, I know you're super close with him. Let him know that all the New York Regions and Boricuas out here, we don't care that he doesn't get the credit that he deserves. We got his back. We love him. We adore him. And he's by far our favorite Yankee.
Yeah. I didn't hear that call, Ray. No Bernie Williams slander will be tolerated on my show. I've gone out of my way to speak highly of Bernie and his manager Steve Fortunato and their role in my life and what they've done connecting with me full circle. Me being a kid who didn't know he was Bori, right? Didn't know he was Boricua. Didn't know. As a young black kid playing center field, seeing Bernie, just seeing someone that kind of looked like me, and then full circle for me to get to meet him and know that he's a fan of my show and all that. I didn't hear that. And I don't think there's anyone that can say anything about what Bernie was. I get a lot of calls saying it should be the core 5 or the Fab 5, not the core 4, because how could they not include Bernie Williams? And what I'll say is Bernie is good with who he is. Bernie gets love, whether it's an autograph event, whether he's signing up to play the national anthem at the stadium, whether he's just walking through Legends or the suites, flexing his rings. Like, Bernie is the man, and he knows it. I went to his wine event upstate New York. It was incredible. Like, Bernie is the man, and he is nice to everybody. You wouldn't know he was Bernie Williams if you never, watched him play, and you see how he's kind and respectful and treats everybody the same way. So shout out to Bernie, man.
With you, and here's the thing: he's soft-spoken and so humble. That's part of the reason why, because he doesn't fall for attention or anything like that. That's part of the reason why he's so underappreciated. And if he was more vocal and said, "Hey, what about me during '95 to 2002? A-Rod was right. I am the best player on the team." Like, people would probably look at it and be like, "Wow, you know what? He's probably right." And you know what? He's got. And listen, I like Jeter too, but Jeter could have threw him a bone. But Jeter would never do that because he's too egotistical. Once A-Rod said, we prepare for Bernie Williams, first and foremost, Derek Jeter was never going to come out and promote, Bernie Williams as that guy on the team because it would hurt his own little cause. But yeah, man, just tell Bernie that, we, like I said, man, we love, we adore him. And that we wish there was many more Yankees like him. The Yankees organization wish there were many more Yankees that exemplify greatness and class like that. But as far as the Yankees and the Mets and Keith, people are calling up acting like this is a debate, bro. It's a waste of my time, probably your time. The Yankees, look, man, are always going to be big brother. We outsold the Mets. They lose 25,000 fans that go to Citi Field.
If that.
It's an embarrassment.
If that, bruh.
If that. And what about the fact that when they're winning, barely eking past Milwaukee, they want parades for each round that they win. How pathetic is that? You're supposed to be big brother and you're trying to organize parade. Literally trying to.
Yo, I forgot about that.
You can't. Don't let them off the hook, man. Don't let them off the hook. They wanted parade. How are we big brother? you. We got the best player in town. We outdraw you. We outsell you and the Dodgers. Like, just stop it, man. He's like, always, man, I appreciate it. And keep singing that song for Bernie, man, because I love it.
Got you. Bernie might be listening. And Ray, thanks for bringing that up. Like, we are not the same. the 7 line and Mets fans wanted to organize a welcome back party at the end of the season after losing in the NLCS. They wanted to just show up and greet these guys after they clean their lockers out of City. I remember being like, wait, what? Like, New York is already going soft where we crown kings that don't win. But now you want to have a loser parade, not a championship parade. You want to actually organize a loser parade. Then they had to walk that back. They had to backtrack on that. Like, nah, that's not what we need. 888-808-1019. Having more fun on the Fan, talking football, talking Yanks, Mets, getting ready for the season to start, getting ready for the combine and the draft. Call me up. We'll be right back. Oh, that's great, man. Yo, I gotta find that 7-line tweet about the parade. That shit was funny, bro. When they did that, I had too much fun with that. I had too much fun with that, bro. They might have deleted that tweet, bro. That shit was hilarious, bro. Ooh, bro. Ray from Brooklyn just watch my Twitter. Just brought this up. We are not the same forever, little bro. We would never even think of this. Oh, that's funny, man. That's good, yo. Oh, bro, that I gotta troll their ass for that. This is hilarious, yo. I forgot about this. We let this one slide. Yeah, we let this one slide, but it ain't time to let anything slide, bro. Oh man, I'm about to pull this up for y'all in the chat, bro. Woo! I'm telling you, that one was funny as hell. Right here. I'm about to put this up for y'all in the chat. Yes, the Mets didn't win it all, but it still feels like these guys deserve a parade. Anyone know if they already cleared their lockers out? Would be great to see a bunch of support for the boys outside the players' lot at City. Get the Hey, I'm about to cook them. Oh, yo. It's too easy, bro. The jokes write themselves, bro. Oh, bro. This shit is too easy, bro. It's funny. What parade? What parade? Yo. That's great, man. That's fun. Talking sports is fun. Thanks for watching this little like behind the scenes look here. WFAN, the Fan in New York. This stupid banner should come down, but that's not for me to decide. We're live in here. I'm watching Yankees Hot Stove. You see the lights, the cameras. These are cameras 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the desk and setup. Yeah, man. That is hilarious, yo. That just made me laugh. Shout out to Ray for bringing that up because I completely forgot about that. Yo, what's my time looking like? I probably don't have time to run to the bathroom, right? Because we just went update on the next one. That's another thing about being in here, yo. I drink water just to, not get the dry mouth when I'm hosting. And I gotta hit the, number one, but can't go to the bathroom, feel me? Kind of gotta just wait it out, Just gotta stretch the legs out. All right, we're coming back now. Yes, this is the Evan and Tiki studio. Really called the Mike Francesa studio. Okay, 2 hours left. Inside the 10 p.m. hour, another 5-hour KM to AM. I just got a good laugh. Shout out to Ray in Brooklyn, Yankee fan that always makes sure to bring the right energy. I had to go look that up. See, you forget the little things, man. We do this every day. The back and forth, the trolling, the needling, the big brother, little brother. I just had to go to Twitter, right? So it was October 22nd, 2024. And the Mets had lost against the Dodgers in 6 games. And, the biggest Mets fan group, the 7 line, hits Twitter that morning at 8:18 a.m. I remember I don't get up till 10 a.m., 11. I didn't see this till later. But they wrote, yes, the Mets didn't win it all, but it still feels like these guys deserve a parade. Anyone know if they already cleared their lockers out? Would be great to see a bunch of support for the boys outside the players' lot at City. I had to bring that back to the timeline. I had to bring it back. I said, yo, Ray from Brooklyn just brought this up. We are not the same. Forever, little bro. We would never even think of this. You know how mad Yankee fans are at the New York Yankees whenever they lose and don't actually bring home the chip? We're talking tonight about how hard it is to drive to Citi Field, take the train to Citi Field. The 7 line, whoever tweets for the 7 line, shout out Darren. If it's Darren Meenan, I reached out to Darren like a couple months ago to try and get Darren to come on the show and talk about Pete Alonso. I don't know if it was his old number. I met Darren in the fan cave years ago. I tried to get him to come on the show. He curved me. He didn't respond. I wouldn't expect him to, honestly. He probably thought I was going to troll him on air. But, man, we're talking about how hard it is to get to Citi Field for a game. Could you imagine if there actually was about 10 to 15 fans that showed up with signs like "Screw Ohtani," almost. They showed up with some orange and blue signs that says "Close enough." They showed up to, imagine the Mets fans showing up and the players seeing them like, what the hell are you guys doing here? Oh man, that's classic. Just the visual, just the thought of it feels like these guys deserve a parade. There is no feels like. There is no deserve. That's how far we've fallen from grace in this city. We have fans actually going to a public forum to say, yeah, we should organize a parade for these guys that lost 4-2 in the NLCS. That's rich. Thank you for bringing that back up, Ray. I completely forgot about that, and I just got a great laugh. 888-808-1019. Jarvis is in Harlem, back on the fan.
What's up, Keith? How are you?
I'm good. Sometimes you got to get a good laugh like that. That this is unexpected. That one tickled me because I wouldn't have thought about that. I wouldn't have brought that back.
Yeah, I kind of do with the laugh call. Man, I'm like
like Mets fans are like saying like they become the big brothers. Why? Because you saw free agent Juan Soto as a free agent, Clay Holmes and Frankie Montas. Oh, now they become the big brothers taking over New York. I mean, it's like, I mean, please. I mean, it's like, I mean, the Mets didn't win the division because you have the hardest path. You got the Dodgers, the Padres, the Phillies, and the Mets, the Phillies and Braves. I mean, how about the Mets to win the division? If they win the division, maybe they get a first round bye. If Ball playing a 3-game wild card.
Yeah.
I'm a Yankee fan, but I'm a Yankee fan because the Yankees won the AL East, and at least they got the number.
Yeah, but Jarvis, we're not allowed to remind them that they snuck in, that it took everything for them to get into the postseason, this expanded postseason. We can't say things as Yankee fans to the Mets fans like, "Yo, chill. Start with winning the division." We're not allowed. We got to stand down because Juan Soto has flipped the script. Thanks for the call, bro. That's it, right? That's why I appreciated the Captain Aaron Judge being like, I disagree with him completely. Like, that's his opinion. He can say whatever he wants. Like, bruh, the fact that Juan Soto chose to take the most money only means you have the richest owner in the sport. But we can embellish, we can create, we can say that they have a dynasty coming. We can say that they have a better future. We can say that there's a family culture. We can say there's more Latin players. We can say that, there's a better chance over there for them to win. These games will start. Time will tell. And I'll be here to see if the Mets win, to make it happen. I'll be right here. Wow, look at the Mets go. They're really good. I'll give it up. All through that run last year, I gave it up. I was here for the watch party. I watched Evan in here patting his feet the whole game, taking his pants off. I saw Loogie and him embrace. I saw Paul Rosenberg hug. I saw Mets fans that work here at WFAN. I'm like, wow, you would think this is the World Series. It's game 162, but I get it. I get it. It's good. It's healthy to be a fan like that and to watch baseball and make you feel something. But yeah, I feel like, right, when I came in tonight, I started off the show with who's got it better than the Mets. This is the best time ever to be a Mets fan until it's not. Like, now you understand, right? There are some Mets fans that are very guarded. Let me talk about the other side. There are some Mets fans that are like, fool me, can't fool me again. There are some Mets fans that are like, Juan Soto is nice. Getting Pete back is nice. You sure you don't want to bring back Iglesias for the vibes? You sure you don't want to trade for Dylan Cease now that Frankie Montas is down? The Braves are healthy again. The Phillies are going to be pissed off that we knocked them out last year. Are we sure that this thing is, I don't know. I've been set up for failure before. I'm guarding myself from being let down again. Are we sure we want to continue to poke the bear that is the New York Yankees and the New York Yankee fans that have been doing this for decades? Joe, Long Beach, on the Fan in New York. What's up, Joe?
Real talk. I used to be a Met hater. I'm a Yankee fan. But in 2000, when I got to see something rare than, we ever get in the sports world, a World Series, Subway World Series, and I got to see my New York Yankees defeat the Mets in the World Series. Every friend of mine that's a Mets fan, they already know. I don't even bring up the championships. I don't bring up the division titles, the pennants, none of that. I bring up, look, we beat you in the World Series, and so you do that back to us. Don't ever talk to me about this being a Mets town again. Now, fast forward to Juan Soto jumping ship and going on to the Mets. Okay, no problem. We still got the best player in baseball. Debate me on that. We still probably got the best pitcher in baseball. Debate me on that. And we probably now have the best closer in baseball, which we were missing last year in the World Series, which really had an effect, I believe, on us being able to extend that World Series and not being, gentlemen sweep by the Dodgers. So this year, I expect the Yankees to be back in the World Series. And wouldn't it be a kick in the pants if the Mets never made it to the World Series while Juan Soto was a member of their team? You'd have to look back, dog, and be like, man, the last time I made it was when I was with the Yankees. Good decision, Juan. Good luck with that.
Thanks for the call, Joe. 888-808-1019. They have to get to the World Series. they have an owner that just set the high goals of 2 to 4 World Series. Not 1, not 2, not 3. He went LeBron on him, not 4. Yo, Steve Cohen just set himself up again. Did you not just learn from the 5 window proposition you put out there of winning a World Series in the first 5 years of being the owner? He doubled down today. This guy doubled down. Why not set a high goal? He's making the talk about possibly winning 2 to 4 World Series in the next 10 years. What? 888-808-1019. We got to chill. The hype is good till it's not. It's a drug. You inhale too much of that hype, you're going to be high as hell, and you're going to come crashing down. The come down from that hype, when you get into series against other baseball teams that have better pitching, have good lineups too, that now are not underestimating you, right? You're not surprising anybody. Now they're coming out, they're ready to play. They see Juan Soto, they know what time it is. They see Lindor, they know what time it is. Like, this is going to be fun. It's going to be great. Like I said, I expect the Yankees to care about the Subway Series this year, where maybe the organization might not. They might put a punt lineup out, but I think the players, like I think Judge is going to try and play his ass off. Not to say Judge doesn't every game, but like it's going to have a little more edge to it. A little more edge to it because Juan Soto took the highest offer, but then tap danced around and said everything else about why he chose the place. Besides, come on, man. I was for the streets. I was always going to the highest bidder. I could be had by anybody that put up the highest offer. I listened to the Meet at the Apple podcast with Howie Rose and Steve Cohen today. And Steve Cohen talked about not thinking that they were going to land Juan Soto. Just because after the second meeting with Boris and Soto, he wasn't getting the right vibe, right? He wasn't getting good feelings about this person, this player wanting to be on the Mets. He has the wallet to change it. He even talked about Sunday night going out to dinner, getting drinks and whatnot with friends, and not knowing if he was going to land Juan Soto, being able to take him from the Yankees. But then he went back and changed his offer. And once he found out that they were only $5 million apart between the Yankees 760 and his 765, they changed their offer. They tweaked that contract. I tip my cap to David Stearns finessing with the AAV and them being able to raise that money and the signing bonus, and then even throwing in a clothing allowance for the man's mom, security for the Supreme Court of Soto, a suite where you're taking a loss on that suite for 15 years, Steve. You can't sell that suite. You can't sell that suite to a corporate sponsor. You can't sell that suite to some rich Mets fans. And those 4 premium seats as well that Juan Soto is going to give to Archangel, or give to Don Omar. You can't recoup that either. This is going to be fun. This is already fun. Lou is in La Jolla, California. Next up on the Fan. Go for it, Lou.
Hey, Keith, it's Lou, your Twitter guy.
What's up, man?
Oh,
Thanks.
Well, I just I'm a Mets and Yankees fan.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're a Willie Mays fan. You're a Giants fan.
So I'm so honored that you remember me. So anyway, I'm 74 years old, and I remember when New York City had 7 daily newspapers, and I was 7 when the Giants and Dodgers moved to California. And I used to hear all the time, I used to read all the time in the newspapers that New York is a National League town. And that's despite Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle. New York is a National League town. So the Giants and Dodgers leave. For 4 seasons, the Yankees were the only game in town. And then the Mets are created, and they're the worst team in baseball for their first 6 years. And they just could never equal the power of having both the Giants and Dodgers in New York City. Now, I don't know if I'm boring everyone by talking about this.
You're not. You're educating folks. There's a lot of young kids listening that have no idea.
You say you don't know that the Giants and Dodgers even played in New York City, right? I know. Anyways, I just wanted to throw that in, even though even we're talking big brother, little brother, but that's the way it used to be.
Lou, you're the man. I'll see you on Twitter, and thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. I was just mentioning Howie Rose in the Meet at the Apple podcast. When I first got connected with Howie Rose, he told me to look up a book, The Boys of Summer. I don't forget who the author is, but that book gives you all the details of back in the day, New York City, what the baseball rivalry was like before the Dodgers left, before the Giants dipped, before the Mets were created, what the Yankees, like, there was real beef. We think we've got WFAN radio wars and Twitter back and forth and social media beef. Nah, there was like real beef in the streets and like gang type culture. Like, hey, like you rep the Yankees, you rep the Dodgers. We don't mix. You rep the Giants. Like National League versus American League.
Yeah, I mean, when you really think about it, and when you think about the culture of New York at that time, it makes a little bit more sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for anybody out there, I did look up the book. I believe this is correct. The author is Roger Kahn. Does that sound?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Sure, we got that to everybody out there. Like you said, there's a lot of young kids out there, even, people like our age and younger too, that, I mean, let's be real. The 60s were 30 years before we were alive. The 50s, 40s, even further.
You don't know what you don't know. Like, you don't know what you don't know. And I know that there are, like Lou is 74, and there's older people that are listening that probably laugh at our young back and forth Mets and Yankees. I think I started the show tonight talking about the Mets existing since 1962, winning a World Series in 1969, winning a World Series in 86, not being back to the World Series in 10 years. It's funny, I took a call on the Subway Series for a while, was saying, how come Mets never talk about this World Series they lost to the Yankees? They only talk about the World Series they lost to the Royals. Now there's no conversation about that because really that was a arguing point. That was a chip in the back and forth. We made it to the World Series in 2015. You haven't been there since 2009. The Yankees took that one off the board, getting there in 2024. Here we are in 2025. Mets got to get there this year. It's been 10 years. Yankees got to win it this year. It's been too long. We're approaching the drought territory of longest drought, right? 16 years. I think the longest drought is 18 years between World Series. Like, New York needs it. And as I laugh and joke about the 7 line suggesting that we have a parade for losers, New York has been a bunch of losers. We need a parade in general. I'm watching the clips that come out of Philadelphia, the Eagles parade, and now we're in the future, man. You can see drone footage of a million people pulling up to Philly for that parade. They were lit out there. They're shotgunning beers. Saquon is pulling the ball boy out of the crowd to join them. They're hitting Howie Roseman in the head with beers. They're chanting for Cooper DeJean, but it's Reed Blankenship.
And you know what the craziest part of that is? That's their second one in, 5?
Yeah, a lot of those people, they were at both parades.
The second one, that's the second time. Imagine the first time. You said it. It's been since 2009 for the Yankees, right?
2011 or 12, really.
13 years since the last championship parade.
The Liberty got a little pinch. They got a little smidgen. They got a little sample parade. I wasn't there. I watched it on the stream. It counts as something.
It's the vibes are just going to be out of this world. If it's either the Yankees, the Knicks, the Mets, the Giants, the Jets, whoever the hell wins a championship next in this city, it is going to be out of this world, the celebration that we have. And it's going to be long due. It is going to be absolutely worth it.
I'm getting old, bro. I'm aging out. I can't drink like I used to. The hangovers be kicking my ass. It has to happen already. Even if the Mets win the World Series this year, I'm pulling up to all the parties. I'm gonna be at the parade. I'm gonna be
Acting right. So you're thinking to yourself, I mean, you want to be able to celebrate this. And listen, you're 60 years old down the road. If it takes that long, you still have fun. But I mean, listen, you want to be having the fun that he would be having at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Father Time is undefeated. I swear I thought by this time I would have seen 2 or 3 Yankees World Series parades. Most of you listening probably know my story about electing to go to class and football practice and not going in 2009. That's a regret because I was 21. I was prime age. I might not have made it back.
Dream.
That is a dream. You hit legal drinking age and the Yankees win the World Series. It was a dream for me in college because I was able to go get us kegs. I was able to go get us handles. I had a connect at the liquor store down the street, and he knew I was coming through. We were throwing college parties at my house. Man, I remember winning the World Series and spraying $5 Andre champagne on the roof and like on the ceiling, bro. I'm too old now. Here I am now. If we do win it this year, I mean, I had dreams of winning it last year in a parade last year. If we do win it this year, I could still get it in. Mix of water in.
I was looking at the Mets last year. I'm saying, listen, I got a few more good years in me. Let's get a run going right now. And you know what? To be fair, that what they did last year is a building block. And we've been talking about that all night. You get that done, and then all of a sudden this year you do the same thing. You keep winning. The ballpark gets more packed.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden you do break through and you win that championship in the next 3 years, which, I mean, Cohen's talking about multiple. You win that in the next 3 years. You see that celebration. You see those fans out there. That's how you build that culture. That's how you become the event, and that's how you pack that ballpark every single time.
It can. And in Cohen's defense, what he also said was like, if we're perennial contenders, right? If we're making the postseason every year, why can't it be us? And your thoughts become things. I have said that a bunch. If people in baseball start thinking, yo, they did it last year. Now they got Juan Soto. They did it last year. They have the experience. They went on a run last year. Your thoughts become things. I think that's how the Yankees dominated so many years. They had their opponents beat before they stepped between those lines. They're the champs. They got Derek Jeter. He's going to come up clutch. They got Andy Pettit. They got Mariano Rivera. Enter Sandman. Lights out. It's over. Your thoughts become things. The mind is the most powerful muscle when your opponent already is, in your building, knowing they're going up against the 2-time champs, multiple time champs. It's hard for them to imagine themselves overcoming that. Here we have a season where we expect the Mets and the Yankees to be World Series contenders. They were 2 of the last 4 teams standing last year. If they both get out of the gate fast, if they both compete, win the division, maybe have the number 1, 2 seed, whatever it is, why not us? Why can't there be a parade in New York sometime in November? 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. Yo, you know what's crazy? And I'm gonna hit everybody in the chat. That's crazy. That's crazy. Swear was talking about this happening on my live last night. What's crazy is if you watch my live last night, I talked about how powerful the radio is and how I used to drive Lyft Uber and how, I started doing the live because some people are at home. They want to watch on their phone. They want to watch on their tablet. You can watch this on your TV. You can watch this on your MacBook, where like you might prefer to have the, audio and video. You might want to watch and listen versus the radio, which like the radio is built for the car. If you're in the gym, if you're cleaning and you want to just be in your AirPods. And so that made me talk about like, this is New York City. It's a city that never sleeps. Even though I'm on at night, there are a ton of people driving in the tri-state area. There are a ton of sports fans. I don't know what the other station is playing right now, but a lot of times they're automated and they have a national show. Here, we have a host every night, whether it's me, whether someone's filling in for me or a CMAC or whatever, taking calls. Now I'm interacting with people live in the chat. And I specifically said yesterday, I have had friends get into cabs and, the cab driver be playing my show and friends talk about yo, I know this guy that you're listening to, or yo, I went to school with him or whatever, and like how crazy that is. And I kid you not, we talked about that last night if you were watching the live, and this just popped up in an Uber, and my driver has Keith McPherson on. He shook. I knew who was playing. I say, that's crazy. I swear I was talking about this happening on my live last night. I don't know what time that was. Man, if I have any video editors in here, if I have any people that were watching last night that could like pair up when I talked about it last night and then it happened in today, that's the universe never unconnects type of thing. Let me see here. Come on, man. La Jolla. That's great. Never heard of it. Thanks for the tip. Let's connect soon. And so Steffi, shout out to Steffi who just sent that tweet. She texted me too. She said, "Hey, I just got in an Uber and they have you on the radio. My driver says you're filling big shoes. I heard your voice and said, I know you from high school. He can't believe it. Big love. So happy to see your reach." Hey, that's amazing. Thank you. Just made my night. I responded on Twitter, but universe never unconnects. You're not the first person this has happened to. I just spoke on this happening on my live last night. Zing. I always say, rest in peace to my brother Sean. I always say, my brother is watching down over me. My brother was a city slicker. My brother lived in Queens. My brother lived in Brooklyn. I would come up here and visit my brother. My brother went to FIT. My little sister went to FIT. They were New York City people. I was not. And, my brother died in this city. And we're coming up on 10 years. And, when I think about my brother, I'm like, you know what my brother would have loved to do? He would have been proud as hell to get in an Uber or get in a taxi and the driver be listening to me on the radio. My brother would be proud as hell if he jumped in a taxi and the taxi driver was listening to Lil Bro on the radio. He probably, if he jumped in a taxi and they weren't listening and I was on, he'd probably jump in and be like, yo, turn to 1019 FM. My brother Keith is hosting. So that's real, man. That's powerful right there, man. I got Dave Sims. Shout out to Dave Sims, new Yankees announcer, texting me right now. Okay, we're back from break here. I got to run through these calls. I'm running out of time. I will get back to the chat. Appreciate y'all, man. Send this to somebody. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We're 10 people away from 2K. Oh, let's do it. Big Zoop on the ones and twos. You already know. KM coming through. This show is going to expire in like 90 minutes. I'm running out of time. 888-808-1019. Let me take these calls, man. Appreciate you guys holding. And I just was cracking up during the break because, Lou called. And I'm like, let's go to Lou from La Jolla, California. And then, our new Yankees announcer, Dave Sims, my guy, he hits me up to say, hey, let me just offer a little help, a little advice. It's pronounced La Jolla. And I just said, never heard of it. I'm from Jersey, bro. There are parts of New York people call in. And I'm like, I've never heard of it. I do not know where you're calling from. Let's see. I think I know everybody and where they're calling from on the line right now. Greg is in Rockland. Next up on the Fan. Go for it, Greg.
How you doing? Yeah, an education might help a little bit with that La Jolla thing. But anyway.
An education? An education? Yeah, I don't know. I felt like that was a sub. I didn't hang up on you, Greg. I just put you on pause. An education might help with the La Jolla thing. It was spelled La Jolla. I'm educated, college educated, graduated, all that. But I don't claim to know everything. I think that's one of my best qualities. I get on this microphone, I don't act like a know-it-all. I don't act like I know everything. I can learn from anybody, yourself included. But don't disrespect me. Don't call my show and insinuate that I'm not intelligent, I'm uneducated. Let's try this again. Greg is in Rockland. Go for it, Greg. Yeah, that's twice. So you just waited on hold for 30 minutes. You insulted me once. I gave you an opportunity. And then you said my reading could be a little better. Yo, like the audacity. The audacity. Oh man, go to bed. It's 10:35. We got plenty of calls. We got over 2,000 people watching on live. People that are respectful. People that treat people the right way. So, you're just not going to get that off. You know how the radio works, right? Like I control that. Zoo screens your call. And then when you come through, just be nice. Just be kind. No need to disrespect. And I made a joke out of it. I'm also able to laugh at myself. I didn't have to, read my text message from Dave. Dave corrected me. I made a joke out of it. And you want to come through and insult my education and my level of reading comprehension. You don't even get to say what you wanted to say. How smart are you? Waited on hold for like 40 minutes and made a fool out of yourself. Chuck is in the truck. Chuck, you're on the Fan. Hanging in there.
Yeah, I feel you on that last call. Like, yeah.
Didn't need it, bro. Didn't need it. I laughed it off. Didn't need it. I didn't even hang up on him. Just like, you're not better than me. You're not better than anybody. Chill with that.
Yeah. That stuff with the racial overtones and us being, undereducated. We ain't got time to go for it.
Yeah, incorrect. Incorrect.
I did call to give you some smoke though, like because you said like, bro, you saying like Cohen doubled down and how it's gonna come back to bite him or whatever. Like Cohen's first prediction hasn't gone awry. All right.
They went to the World Series?
No, but he said he wanted to win the World Series in the first 5 years. This is year 5.
Okay. It's still on the table. It's still on the table. Seems far-fetched, but it's still on the table.
We got to stop this. I don't know how we one of the best teams in the league right now. And then we got to stop this Soto stuff. Look, man, I know it hurts y'all little Yankee ego. I know it hurts y'all pinstripe aura or whatever. Don't want it to be a Met. Go look at his post from 2021, standing there at Citi Field, where he hashtag dream, hashtag future. Okay, the rough translation from Spanish was, let God move the pieces for you. You can't do it yourself. He's been wanting to play for the Mets, bro.
Hey, I agree. That's where he wanted to be. Judge said it, and like I said, I saw him in that Mets hat. I like the new Mr. Mets hat with the glasses on Mr. Met. I said he belongs. I should have seen it. But Yankee fans, you're right. It does hurt our loyalty to the pinstripes and how we view the Yankees. It does hurt. And that's why we didn't want to see. This guy was not here falling for any of it. He was always going to the highest bidder, and we had to know the highest bidder was right here in New York watching him.
I mean, Cohen said it, but I think, I don't think it's just necessarily the highest bidder because, the report came out. He didn't even come back to the Yankees and match that final offer.
Yeah, because that night, Hal Steinbrenner went to sleep. Hal prioritizes his rest. We knew that from the lockout. He was the first owner to drive out of the lockout that night when it was getting close to time. He's like, I'm going home to go to bed. That Sunday night after 8 o'clock, Hal was like, hey, that's the final offer. Do what y'all want to do.
Yeah, and then check this. If the Mets didn't get Soto, right? Because, something you said I want to bring up where you said, I forgot how you said it, about the thought process on things. You know what I'm saying? But if the Mets hadn't got Juan Soto, because y'all keep trying to spin this like it's some great offseason for y'all. It wasn't. This is not a Yankee offseason. Was it decent? Was it good? Yeah. If the Mets had missed out on Juan Soto and had pivoted and got Cody Bellinger and Max Fried, we would never hear the end of that from Yankee fans, bro. Stop. All offseason, it would have been LOL Mets. How could you ever think Soto was leaving us for that poverty franchise?
You're probably right. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
We would have never heard the end of that. We would have never heard the end of that. And, you know, I think it's like a Yankee narrative, and then it gets spun like, oh, well, we got 7 players that said it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. If you had got Juan Soto, okay, first of all, the George Steinbrenner Yankees, because y'all, like right now, y'all claim the thing is y'all made the World Series. That's great, but you got embarrassed. Not only did your fans embarrass you by mauling Mookie Betts and Rice Fish.
There's 2 guys. It's just two guys, man. That ain't all of us.
It's still a bad representation of, you know that. And if that happened to the Mets, I would say the same thing. That's not how we act. That's a bad representation. Millions of people watching. You got people over in Japan that probably never even seen a daggone Yankees game, and that's the first experience that they're getting. They're watching just because Ohtani is there. That was a terrible.
It's the Bronx, New York. I've seen wilder things happen out there than that.
Yeah, we from the way, but I'm saying, just think of your regular fan that's tuning in just because Ohtani's in a World Series, and this is their first representation. That was terrible.
Nah, and what made it worse was Yankee fans defending them, trying to champion them. I'm like, no, this is a terrible look.
Right, and you know we did squeak in at the end with Keith, but first 2 months I keep trying to tell people this. JD Martinez was not on that team. Mark Vientos and the Mark Vientos that we know now was not on that team. We didn't have our ace all year. David Peterson, a guy that came back and went, what was it, 10-1 with a 2.90 ERA, was not on that team in the beginning of the year. Okay, so
but you had Joey Wendell. You had Joey Wendell, and you had Adrian Hauser too, and Michael Tonkin.
And we seen where they ended up. They ended up on the unemployment list before the year was over. Like we had our debt pieces in there. So people want to say, oh, the Mets went on a hot run. How can you go on a run for 5 months? Explain that to me. Because the Mets had the best record in Major League Baseball since May 30th. That's not a hot streak. We all know sports. We've been around sports for many years. You can go on a hot streak for a week or 2 weeks or 3, maybe even a month.
Yeah. I was told it was Grimace. So I had to believe that. I'd never seen anything like it. I heard it was Grimace.
And one of the best. And then what we did to y'all, bro. Okay, we going to the sweep, and then not only the sweep, we outscored y'all by 20.
I was there. I went in Queens and the Bronx. I saw it.
Right, and y'all had Soto. So but you can't expect for us to bow down and like we're not gonna talk our talk. We got told for a year how stupid we were and how Soto would never leave the pinch trades. He would never go to the Mets. Of course we're gonna fire back at that. Of course, and it's gonna be even worse if Cohen does decide to ante up and put Vladimir Guerrero next to Soto, and we do go on that run in that dynasty to win those.
Hey, I know it. I've been telling some Yankee fans, chill. I don't agree with the Yankee fans that are saying the team is better. There's a silver lining here. Look at all the players we got. I'm like, no, I saw them get to the World Series with Juan Soto. And I've been telling Yankee fans the same way I'm telling Mets fans to chill with the hype. I'm telling Yankee fans to chill with saying that the Mets can't get it done, that the Mets aren't going to be what we think, that like we don't know. There is a reality that we could be living in as Yankee fans where the Mets win more games than the Yankees this year, or go further than the Yankees this year, or bring that parade that I'm talking back to the city before the Yankees. Like if that happens, that is hell for the Yankees fan base.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we won 2 games against the Dodgers without a Juan Soto. And I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, but they put the 8-piece chicken McNugget on you, 9-0 shutout. Ohtani jacking the ball. Like, come on, man. I watched those games.
We left a lot of guys on base too, but I'll tell you this. When you got guys that are clutch and guys that show up and guys that perform, all right, I'll roll the dice with a Lindor and a Soto and what we've seen from Vientos, who also raised his game in the postseason. The grand slam against the Dodgers, the 3-run home run in Game 6 to get us back in the game, the 2 home runs in Philly, the one in the top of the 9th to tie it up. My boy, 327, 5 home runs in the postseason. You got to play those cats in a couple game series. We've seen what Lindor could do, breaking up the no-hitter with the home run. the big home run in Atlanta. We seen Alonso hit a big home run off of your boy now, Devin Williams. So you got to win 4 games, and you have those type of players that can change the outcome of that game with one swing of the bat. I'm not afraid of the Dodgers. Who's to say that the Mets can't beat the Dodgers in a 7-game series?
Not I. Not I. I haven't seen anybody go back to back. Thanks for the call, Chuck. I haven't seen anybody win the World Series back to back since I was in the 5th and 6th grade. So, I'd like to see the Mets go toe to toe with the Dodgers. They always play them tough in the regular season. I'd like to see the Yankees play them tough. I'd like to see New York dominate, right? I'd like to see the Mets and the Yankees be top teams in the American League and National League. Here it comes. 888-808-1019. Danny is in Maspeth, New York on the Fan. What's up, Danny?
Keith, I just want to thank the producer for putting me through to you, because I just want to tell you that I heard that call before, and in my mind, you're the best host on the WFAN since my predecessor, because you don't talk in the bowl, and you take a lot of calls, and you talk sports, and that's all I'm looking for, and I'm 73 years old, and it's sports radio, duh.
Yeah, I always say we're going to talk sports. Duh, spoiler alert. Like, I'm going to try and keep it to the sports. So thanks for the compliment, Danny. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. See, look at that. Kindness. My mom used to say, you get more bees with honey than vinegar, right? So now, Danny, when I see Danny on the line, we're going to Danny. When Greg and Rockland calls, he might not even make it through the screener. He might not make it through Zoo or Fleegs or Paul or Connor or Alex or whoever's screening now. Everybody's listening, Greg and Rockland, so you got to call a different show. You're not going to get on with me. Or maybe I'll be kind to you. Maybe I won't, return that ignorance. Maybe I won't hit you with that. Maybe I'll see you and I'll give you a second chance. I understand, might be past your bedtime. I understand. You might be a Mets fan who thought he was going to get something off. Like, I don't know. I just thought that was odd. I thought that was a weird way to approach, especially since, the last segment we took the call from LAJOLLA, which spells Lajola. I'm sorry, I'm not from California. I just go out there, go to Dodger Stadium. La Jolla, not spelled like the Georgetown Hoyas. But yeah, I guess I got to return my communication degree, my bachelor's in radio and television. I guess I got to read that Boys of Summer book again and sharpen my reading comprehension levels. Leon is in the Bronx. You got it, Leon. Go for it.
Yeah, hey, I think you're really educated.
I think you got to be kind of intelligent, educated, and smart to navigate the waters that I've had to navigate in my life to make it to where we are right now. But I'll try and move on from that.
I'm going to do and then ask you a question while you speak and hang up. What do you think about doing today in New York history in your segment?
Today in New York history, I could. I mean, I know Susan does that in the Yankee pregame. If I added something like that to my show, you're saying, I'm like, that would add. I don't know. I'm open to some segments. I'm working on some stuff for when we actually have games. Like I had the Big Shot segment. I flirted with two things, like make it about yourself, where I make the story about myself, and then the caller calls and makes it about their self, or something like that as a tie-in. What did we miss? Trying to just go over things that are in my notes. Like, I didn't bring up the Dustin May story yet. I'll bring that up before we wrap up here tonight. That'll be in What Did We Miss? And I think the last segment that I flirted with was, what came across my desk. Just something that came across my desk, that came across my feed, where I was like, oh, that might be something that we want to talk about on air. Like, Andy Dalton reached an agreement on a 2-year, $8 million deal with the Panthers. So that's one quarterback journeyman possible guy to go to the Jets or Giants that's off the board. But yeah, I'm with you, Leon. When we get to our, regularly scheduled programming after the Yankees post-game show, I do plan on having those 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. shows more structured. These 5-hour shows, I really get the opportunity to do a lot of different things. And like Danny said, I like to just talk sports. and I like to talk to you guys. I like to take as many calls as I can and add, some comedy and some back and forth and entertain that way.
And also, Jalen Brunson would bring the Knicks to a championship, and Aaron Judge would bring the Yankees to a World Series. Who do you think the real King New York is?
You're saying they would or they will?
Yes, they do.
If this year Brunson takes the Knicks to the finals and wins it, he already has king status with me. But that would be the first one, right? He would beat Judge to it because that would be June versus October. And we would have nothing else to say with a guy that took less money, was named captain, and then brought the Knicks to the promised land. He would be the outright king over King Cohen, over Rick Pitino, over Lindor, over Judge. But if Judge can snap out of it in the postseason and just be Aaron Judge and hit home runs and propel the Yankees to 28 this year after dropping the pop-up and striking out last year, yeah, the Yankee kingdom is different. They be 1A and 1B, but like I said, there's three kings right now. It's Lindor, it's Brunson, it's Judge, and then I jokingly throw Rick Pitino in there for bringing St. John's back and Steve Cohen for everything that he's done for the Mets.
And also, prior to the football and baseball season, as of right now, who's your Mount Rushmore for New York?
Players, my Mount Rushmore of players. 4 players from New York teams in MLB and NFL that are currently playing. Okay. Thanks for the call, Leon. Let me think about it. Mount Rushmore, you can only do 4. I don't really feel like any of the Jets or Giants should get a nod. I was really impressed by Malik Neighbors, but it's a rookie season. Like, can I put him on the Mount Rushmore? I don't know. That's the only player I think I would poach from the Giants offense. Dexter Lawrence, watching him play, I mean, they're wasting him. He is a beast in the middle. He's one of the best graded, 3-techs, defensive tackles, nose guards, guy in the middle in the league. That's who I would take from their defense. I think I would have to, if I have to take a Giant, right? This is how I'm going to do it. 1 Giant, 1 Jet, 1 Met, 1 Yankee. I'm going to take Dexter Lawrence because he's done it multiple years. He's paid. He's here. He's a captain. Malik Neighbors is on his way if they can get him a consistent quarterback. From the Jets, I would like to say Quinnen Williams. Maybe Quincy Williams. On that offense, I mean, Garrett Wilson, he got a lot of targets, but you can't really go there. You can't go there with Brees. Yeah, I guess I got to go Quincy Williams. Dexter Lawrence from the Giants, Quincy Williams from the Jets. He just plays hard. He makes tackles. And, I mean, I think he's going to continue to be a dog. Quinnen Williams is a close second, but I think Quincy's just more of a, game wrecker player that you're going to watch. And he's just going to be, putting his helmet into multiple plays. For the Mets, it's Francisco Lindor. Juan Soto is there. He's going to be a fan favorite. He's going to be an all-star. He's going to be a superstar. But Lindor, the year that Lindor had last year, offensively, defensively, leading off, bringing his glove, bringing the energy, just really maturing in New York and becoming the face of the franchise, the leader, the soon-to-be captain. It's Lindor for the Mets. And for the Yankees, despite the postseason, Aaron Judge is the reigning AL MVP. He's got 2 of those things. He should have 3 of those things. Like Judge, the season that he had last year, and he says he wants to bat third. The season that he had last year was incredible. It was one of the best right-handed seasons we've ever seen in Major League Baseball. And I mean, there were parts of the season last year where I'm like, this guy is the GOAT. He's the greatest of all time. He's the best baseball player I've ever seen. Sucks that I can't really run with that. I can't really defend him after him shrinking in the postseason again. But yeah, Dexter Lawrence, Quincy Williams, Francisco Lindor, and Aaron Judge right now as the New York Mount Rushmore for the NFL and MLB teams. 888-808-1019. I think I can sneak in a call before we break here for, 11 o'clock. And then my last hour, there's a segment. When we get to the last hour, I used to do the big shot of the night, but we got to get a sponsor for that so I can bring that back for the baseball season. But, whenever we get to 11 o'clock, it's open mic. Somebody will call and they'll say something about the NBA that I didn't mention. Maybe somebody will call and mention the 4 Nations face-off we haven't really got to. tonight, which I'll be on Thursday. We'll get to that. Let's take a call from Josh in Boonton, New Jersey, on the Fan. You got it, Josh.
Hey Keith, first time, long time. I usually don't call because it's usually when my kids are asleep, and I try to be as quiet as possible.
Understood.
Out tonight with some of my friends, so I figured I'd give you a call. I am a diehard Mets fan. 3 out of 4 of my kids, one is named Jacob after Jacob deGrom, one is named Daniel after Daniel Murphy, and the other one, my daughter's middle name is Ryan after Nolan Ryan.
Wow.
Mets fan. I have a tattoo logo on my leg. I'm a diehard Mets fan. I think the Yankees, and this is a controversial topic from my Mets fandom group, I think the Yankees had a better offseason than the Mets, and I think it's not even saying, even if you take out the Max Fried situation, Max Fried obviously you can't because Max Fried is one of the best pitchers in baseball. But if they didn't sign him, I still think the Yankees had a better, offseason. I think Bellinger seems like he's like when you look at him, he's a Yankee. He just looks like a Yankee, even when he was with the Cubs and the Dodgers. He just looks like a Yankee, and he's built for that stadium. And I think Goldschmidt now on a team that people care about, he's going to hit well. And Devin Williams is unbelievable. But my question is, if you had to place a bet on any New York team winning a championship first, where would you place your money? Whether it be the Knicks, the Mets, obviously we don't have to worry about the Jets or the Giants, but 30 years from now, which team do you think has the best chance that you would place your money on?
Thanks for the call, Josh. Shout out to you and the Mets players that you loved and lost and you attached your kids' names to and even tattooing that. Like, that is fandom and dedication. The answer is the Yankees. The Yankees were in the World Series last year. I think, again, they have a path to the World Series through the American League, and we don't know who they're going to face out of the National League, whether it's the Dodgers, whether it's the Diamondbacks, whether it's the Padres, whether it's the Mets. I got to vote Yankees, but I disagree that the Yankees had the better offseason. They had a good offseason pivot, but they lost one of the top 5 players in baseball. 888-808-1019. Open mic time coming up. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. All right. Now I got to run to the bathroom real quick. All right, we back in there. All right, quickly, let's see. Let me answer the chat because I'm lacking here on the chat response. Whoa. All right, hold on. Okay, this is a lot here. I think the last one I was at. Yeah, I did want to mention this. Old heads crying about Jazz wearing his chains and his glasses, whatever. Cam, we talking Mets the whole night. When the Yankees always play against the Red Sox, the Dodgers, and the Astros, I can't watch the game. I'm always nervous, Keith. I can't wait for games like that. This is clown behavior. I'm guessing you sent this at 10:02. I'm not sure what that was in reference to. I think I answered this one before. Yes, this is Evan and Tiki. This is the studio that Evan and Tiki are in. When you watch on SNY, see the SNY, step and repeat. See Boomer, Phil Sims. Do you think the Phillies and Braves will finish better than the Mets? Perhaps. Little brother equals mom and pop parade. Yeah, that was hilarious, bro. That was the Mets. The Mets. Mets. That's how desperate Mets fans are for a parade. It's coming up on 40 years, and now the expectation and pressure is on. Sure. Listening to Soto, it doesn't sound like he has a grasp. Yeah, he will. This is his fate. This is his future. He's made that decision. He'll be here for the next decade and a half. Phillies are wanting to have a parade after the Eagles just had a parade, and the Braves are healthy again. You're right about that. You're right about the Phillies thinking that they were going to win the World Series last year, and the Eagles getting it done, and them being like, damn, that should have been us. The Mets will miss the World Series because, wait for it, they're the Mets. They will do Metsy things and screw it up. Right on. These callers shake my head. I can't take it. I'm ready to make my first call. Dre, love to have you, bro. Appreciate the support always. As soon as I see your name pop up, you're on. Let's try and get one World Series before we think about 4 World Series. Steve Cohen needs to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Yeah, it's his Kool-Aid. He's the one mixing it. And you're he doubled down. This is the last year of that 5-year plan. To say we're trying to win 2 to 4 World Series in the next 10 years is nuts. Yo, Keith, I'm a pitcher with professional aspirations, but if I can't do that, radio is another passion I have. What does it take to eventually get a spot on WFAN? Hard work, prayer, luck, somebody to recognize your talent, an opening. This is rare to get in here. It is not lost on me how rare it is to be a black man on this microphone in this spot. It is not lost on me that I went to school and graduated 2011, and it took 10 years to break in to the profession I went to school for. I always mention how, when I got this gig, Spike Eskin said, bro, in the 35 years of WFAN, more players have been on the starting 5 for the Knicks than have been full-time radio hosts here. There's not that much movement, 162 games. I can't wait until I hear all the complaints Yankee fans have this season, and Juan Soto was supposed to say, oh, I'm going to the most money, which athlete is saying that? You always take the most money. And Yankee fans complain more than anybody. There's going to be a lot of complaints. Another day, another drip. A little bit. Something light, bro. Something light. I had to keep getting dressed on them, What I got? The Jordan 3s, something light, little corduroy joint, more than knit cap because it's extra frosty out. Keith, how's it going, bro? I've been a fan for a couple of years now. Not sure if you remember, but I've called up once to talk about Stroman. Ivan, where are you from? Let me know in the chat. I'll come back to these. I think Pam, Keith, I think it'll be a year when I met you at the T-Mobile store. Yeah, it will be. That was right before opening day. Let's go. My last hour on the fan tonight. I can only say thank you for listening. Even if you don't really rock with me and you're just listening to WFAN and maybe you're waiting for C-Mac to come on, I appreciate it, man. 2,100 plus people watching live in my stream, full rack of calls. what I usually like to do in this last hour is open it up to whatever conversations you want to have. I've obviously been having the Steve Cohen Mets conversation all night. And then obviously the back and forth between the Yankees and Mets fans and where we are heading into another season as we're a couple days away from actually seeing lineups and games being played. It is great to live in a city where we have two teams. It is great to live in a city where we have two teams with World Series expectations. It is great to have a radio station like WFAN where this many fans care on a Tuesday night like this. Let's continue on talking to you at 888-808-1019. Frank is in Atlantic Highlands on the Fan. What's up, Frank?
Just want to let you know I'm a big fan of yours. I'm an ex-Spartan, so promotion, and I'm really impressed with your work. And first and foremost,
go Big Red. Go Big Red. You got. I know you got a good education at Ocean Township High School.
and that was my second thing. Now, if this cat from before could name every city in the world, then we'll listen to him. But I feel bad for the people around him. I really do, because they have to deal with that. To wait on hold and then make a stupid comment like that.
Yeah, he's Greg from Rockland. He's about smart as a rock.
Why even give him his name again? That guy's.
I'm gonna remember that one.
Lastly, I really appreciate something so simple as the give and take you had with Chuck a little while ago. We're talking about a Met fan and a Yankee fan going at it respectfully, getting your point across. It was just great. I'm a Met fan. You're a Yankee fan. My father told me, as a big Yankee fan, he goes, Frank, when you were a young man, you made a lot of decisions. You made a lot of wrong ones. And I went against him. I went with the Mets as a kid. He's a Yankee fan his whole life. He's a Giant fan. I'm a Jeff fan. So he still needles me. But the truth is, it's great to have these conversations. And the way you did it with Chuck was something so simple, so respectful. He got points across. You got points across. You agree with some, you disagree, but with a smile, a laugh. And that's what it's all about, sports, man. Life is, there's so many, tough days that people go through and different trials and tribulations. It's a release. It's an escape. Do it respectfully and have fun with it. I just want to do a big fan. I'll let other callers get in. Appreciate your work, Keith, and I'll be listening.
Thanks for the call, Frank. And shout out to Chuck in the truck. Chuck has called my show multiple times. We have that back and forth, and that's healthy. That's trash talk. That's banter. That's real, right? Like, that's the type of stuff you hear between friends that root for different teams. That's the type of stuff you hear in the group chat. That's just the dynamic in this city, a Met fan versus a Yankee fan. And we don't have to take any low blows. We don't have to make it anything more than Mets versus Yankee. But yeah, if you heard the back and forth between Chuck and I know what side he's on, and clearly he knows what side I'm on. And I had a counter for probably everything he said. Let's go to LA, live out in LA on the Fan in New York.
Hey, Keith. I was just calling in to compliment you on how you handled that caller over there. You know me. I moved to San Diego when I was 18, and I said the same thing. I said La Jala. So when I heard you say it, I was like, there's no way he's gonna know what to say. I laughed at it, but the way you handled that caller, I was like I'm surprised you even let him back on. I was just like, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to hang up the phone on people. I genuinely appreciate it when people call in and hold. Like, I see him waiting for half an hour, 40 minutes. I'm trying to get to him. And, the funny thing about it is, it gave me an opportunity to shout out Dave Sims, our new Yankees broadcaster, taking over for John Sterling this season, because he's the one who texts me to say, hey, just helping you out, pronunciation. And I appreciate that. And again, I lean on the fact that I am not the smartest guy in the room. I am not smarter than everybody. I don't know everything, but I'm aware, I'm self-aware. And if I make a mistake or I say something wrong, I'll easily come on. That just reminded me of something. Yesterday, I called Mike Puma, Ken Puma, and it didn't connect until later in the day. I'm like, Ken Puma is a kid I worked with at Guitar Center in 2013. Mike Puma is the Mets reporter for the Post. I'm like, I got to get on tomorrow night and fix that and clear that up. I don't know, man. I don't take myself so serious. This stuff is fun. It's entertainment. Like Frank just said, there's so many other things going on in the world. We don't have to be negative. We don't have to be nasty to people. We don't have to insult somebody's intelligence or level of reading comprehension. We're on the phone. Like, Greg would not walk up to me and have that type of energy. I guarantee you, if he saw me in person, he would not proceed like that.
And there's no way you could have known that. Like you're from Jersey, like you said. There's no way you're gonna know some small little town in California.
No, like I said, I go to LA. I go from LAX. My sister lives in West Hollywood. I go to Dodger Stadium, and I go right back to Newark Airport.
Yep. But I also had a point on I saw something that DJ LeMahieu talked to media today about he hasn't had batting practice in 2 months, and that's the longest he's ever done in his life. And then he was saying that it's to help his body out. Do you really think he's going to help him, or do you think it's the same old DJ's wash? And that's all I have to say. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks for the call, Liv. Yeah, I've been to Coachella too, but usually, like, in Coachella is Palm Springs, Indio. Coachella, California is an actual town, but it's like you land at LAX and then you drive out to Coachella. I don't know. Like I said, I don't even know some of these places in New York that you guys call from. I'm like, where's the upstate, Long Island? I don't care. I'm from Monmouth County. I'm from the Jersey Shore, not far from Atlantic Highlands where Frank called from. But yeah, DJ LeMahieu, I read that too. I have it in my notes. It's the longest he's gone without swinging that he can remember. Like, this is a guy that we call the machine. The hardware may be broken. It just might be time to retire the machine. But he's owed $15 million this year. He's owed $15 million next year. They're gonna give it the old veteran try. And I mean, fingers crossed that it helps. Fingers crossed that he finds it, because this guy was great. And the other thing he said, and I talked about this earlier in the show, he said he's lost sleep over it. And I have to lean on the human element again, because obviously I'm a Yankee fan. I want to win, as many of you do. But like, man, imagine DJ signing with the Yankees like he did. I think his first contract was 2 years, $24 million. And on opening day that year, he was on the bench. And this is a guy that had been a batting champ. This is a guy that could play 3 different positions, but the Yankees did not have a position for him. And when he did actually get going, I mean, we couldn't wait for him to come up, right? His walk-up song was Gonna Speed It Up. Speed it up. Oh, speed it up. I used to be in the stadium bopping, like, let's go, DJ. Let's go, DJ. And then they would play the little, if he gets a knock, they play the little sound effect. Go, DJ. That's my DJ. See, I don't know everything, but I know a lot of hip-hop songs. I got a lot of lyrics in my brain as well. I got to kick a rap again on the fan just to flex that, right? Flex that skill and that brain power. Like, I can actually rap on beat. Coming soon. But yeah, with DJ, man, the human element of like, this guy is struggling with the fact that he was Mr. Reliable. He was Game 6, hit a homer in Minute Maid Park that brought tears to Yankee fans' eyes, thinking we're doing it, before the whole Altuve versus Chapman buzzers thing. And now he's losing sleep over the fact that the team can't rely on him, and he's owed $15 million. This guy was the big fundamental. This guy, is a baseball guy. He don't even crack a smile. He didn't have anything to say. So, I mean, I hate to talk down on him, because he was one of my favorite players in 2019, 2020. I got his player tee. I got his jersey. Speaking of my raps, I kicked a rap during that offseason, basically lobbying, campaigning for DJ to come back. But, Father Time is undefeated, man. It's time to win. And when it goes, it goes. And we see it happen to athletes every single year. And it might just be it for DJ. This might literally be it. There were rumors last year that they were going to possibly cut him, shut him down, DFA him, whatever. He was that cooked. I mean, I hope he's healthy. I hope that he can help, because the Yankees are going to try to use him. And now with a hole at third base and a hole at DH, he's on the roster, and they're going to lean into the back of the baseball card. They're going to lean into him being a really good hitter at some points in his career, and hope that that is still in there. Isaac in Brooklyn on the fan. Go for it, man. You got it.
Yeah, it's tough. Keith, thanks for taking the call. Just want to give you a compliment, like the other people were, but Steve used to tell people that his co-hosts were the callers, and you give them leeway, and it's just awesome. If you call at night, you actually get more than 10 seconds before you get hung up on, just because I get how the programs work. So Keith, thanks for taking all the calls and spending time. On the Yanks, first of all, I had a argument with somebody in the gym. On paper,
Keith, who do you think the better team going into next season? Lineup, starting pitching, bullpen, Yankees or Mets? So the last thing is about third base. What do you think the Yankees are going to do? I know they're going to go with DJ LeMahieu. Could you see them making a move throughout, the season, or do you see them just riding it out with, swinging, the three players they have, just keep rotating them and see what works? What do you think of those 2 points?
Say the last part again with the 3 players.
Do you think that they're going to make a move by the deadline if nothing's going well, or do you think they'll just, keep pushing DJ LeMahieu out there like they did with Aaron Hicks?
Yeah, I hope not. I hope they learn. I hope they learn. Thanks for the call, Isaac. So the 3 parts, and then I'll go backwards. I hope that they learn from, running Josh Donaldson out there and Aaron Hicks out there and some of these pitchers out there that just like don't have it. And after a while, it's like, come on, what are we doing? You know better. You can't force a round peg into a square hole. I hope. And you don't have to wait till the trade deadline. Luis Ariz got traded, early in the season. All right, I didn't even know he was available. Like, you can make trades right now. They can get going with these games and they can make trades right now. I hope that they don't wait. And, on paper, who do I think has the better roster? I think the better roster is the Yankees. Their bullpen, their rotation, stacked. But yesterday I was kind of going into the rant about how I'm never worried about the bullpen. I'm never worried about the pitching. I'm worried about the hitting. I'm worried about the bats going cold on opening day and getting shut out. I'm worried about the bats going cold in October, pressing and striking out, not being able to string together hits and runs and manufacture runs. And now, with Stanton hurt, the second best hitter on the team, with the hole at third base, 3 guys that don't really make you too pumped up about who's going to win the spot. Sure, I think Bellinger could be great. I think Paul Goldschmidt can be great because they have greatness in them. We've seen that. Judge is the greatest player in the league. Volpe can take a step forward consistently. Wells can take a step forward consistently. Jazz is electric, and I see people reacting to Jazz and his photo day stuff. He's got the one-time piece, huge necklace around his neck, huge chain. He's got the purple glasses. He's got the hair braided. He's got the Yankee hat just kind of like sitting on the back of his head, not pulled all the way down. He's got the colorful glove and shoes. That's Jazz. Express yourself, homie. Be yourself. You can't grow out a beard. So everything else that they let you do it. Jazz can be a good player his first full year for the Yankees. He is a good player. He is an athlete. He could be a great player as well. It all has to come together. Jason Dominguez. But when I look at the Mets, the run that they went on last year, they have a lot of those pieces back. They have Juan Soto. And I'm going to say this all year when we come in and, that WFAN music plays and I open up the show and I'm just, Juan Soto powers the Mets to another win, 2 home runs, the last one in the 8th inning to put the Mets up 4-2. I'm going to tell you, it's Juan Soto, bro. What did you expect? With Lindor, with Pete Alonso, with Mark Vientos. We'll see what Jesse Winker, Marte, Francisco Alvarez, Nimmo, Jeff McNeil, Jose Siri, Tyrone Taylor, the rest of these guys bring to the table. But I kind of question the pitching depth. I think the Mets bullpen is definitely better this year than it was last year. But, man, that rotation, it's a core part of winning games. Your starter that day has to give you length. Do I think that they're going to go sign Jose Quintana? I don't. I think you heard the owner talk about blowing past what they thought they were going to spend. Do I think that they bring back Jose Quintana? No. Do I think they bring back Jose Iglesias? No. Do I think that they give up prospects to trade for Dylan Cease? No, I think this is the team. So if you're asking me on paper, Mets or Yankees, I think Yankees on paper, but as a Yankee fan, I'm not satisfied with 2 holes in the lineup. But overall, I think they have the better roster, and they're not going to face as stiff of competition. And, Isaac, you led off talking about Steve Summers and his style. I mean, we are completely different, but I do think we have some similar things. And I've talked to Steve a few different times. You guys know I bring Steve on my show, how highly I think of Steve Summers, how gracious he's been towards me now. This is my 4th year, man. I'm about a year and a half in. November will make it 4 years that I've been doing this. I've worked at it. I've tried to get better at it. I hope you enjoy what I bring to the table. And it's high praise to be compared to someone like Steve Summers, who did it for so long. And he's an icon and one of my favorites because of his care, because of his politeness and his respect for callers, because he gets it, man. He gets it. You're on the air at night in the city that never sleeps. There's a ton of people listening and calling. And like I say to you guys all the time, it means something, right? I appreciate you. I could be on here at night with no calls. I see you holding and waiting. I'm not going to rush you off the phone. 888-808-1019. You call in, you do get time. I'm not better than you. I'm not smarter than you. I appreciate you having the conversation with me. Chris is in Manalapan, next on the fan. You got it, Chris.
What's up, Keith?
What's up, man?
And I just wanted to tell you that opening day, Giants of this year, you stopped by my son's tailgate. He had got a couple of great pictures with you, and you were a real gentleman. So thank you.
Oh, I remember. Thank you for calling, and yeah, good times. Anytime.
I had him and a couple of buddies there. There's like 30 of them out there, and you were gentleman enough to come by and take pictures, and just you hung out for like a half hour, 40.
Yeah, I've been doing that for years, and there was plenty of years where no one looked at me as somebody or recognized me or cared. I just was hanging out, so I still go and hang out at MetLife.
Thumbs up on that. And then the really reason what I'm calling about is, listen, I'm a huge Mets fan, and like this Frankie Montas signing was a disaster from the beginning. The guy's hurt already. Like, and what do we do? Like, you hear Steve, like, it's like they don't want to invest in pitching. Like, I don't know, like, I don't understand the philosophy of the Mets, where they're dropping $700 million on an outfielder, but we can't throw any money on starting pitching. Like,
Yeah, I saw. I mean, and Steve always says this. I'll let my baseball people make those decisions, or I'll leave that to my baseball people. He's got David Stearns, so it's David Stearns' philosophy. I heard David Stearns talking, I think I forget the guy from ESPN about Juan Soto being such a rare commodity and hitting the market at 26, and just being a guy that's so proven and in his prime years they had to go get him. But you're 100% correct about giving Frankie Montas $34 million. For me, I'm a Yankee fan. I'm scarred. But like that. Yeah, but you feel like you purchased a lemon, a used car, some junk. As a Yankee fan, I'm scarred from the 9 games he pitched out of 243 possible games, and him ruining Derek Jeter Day, and him being hurt and not available, and him being the pivot from Luis Castillo. The Yankees traded for him, and they gave up, some young pitching depth that we needed, and he just was not it.
I mean, like we have prospects, we have guys down there like that can give us pitching. Like, it's almost like pitching is like defense in football. You're not going to win without pitching.
Yeah, you need the depth. Thanks for the call, Chris. Hope to see you out at MetLife. I don't know how many trips I'm making out there. That's another place that's a hike. It's not a hike for me because I live in Jersey City, Hoboken. But like the Uber situation out there, taking a train out there, whack. And you got to go there and drink. The best way to go is just to park and have a designated driver. But yeah, man, I was going to MetLife for years and nobody said anything to me. So I still pull up and roll up. And if you want a picture with me, it's perfectly fine. And I'll crack a beer with you and talk sports. And with Frankie Montas, man, it's a signing that, like, at first you're trusting David Stearns is like, okay, he knows something. And I joked yesterday about like maybe his cronies in Milwaukee gave him bad info. Right. And then Frankie Montas coming here saying, this rotation has the potential, like any day we could be throwing 5 aces or something along those lines. And if you're injury prone, you stay injury prone. I talked about hearing Susan Waldman a couple years back talking about Frankie Montas and saying he's hurt. He's got a shoulder. He's got this, and he hasn't. And the Yankees traded for him anyway. The Mets signed him anyway, and you're not going to see him till July. Why won't they go get Dylan Cease? I heard Steve talk about, the farm system and how important it is to have a good farm system because that allows them to make moves. I don't think they're giving up their pitching depth because when you think of their philosophy on signing pitchers and not signing aging pitchers, not signing a guy like Corbin Burns, who's older and to a long-term deal, they want to get these guys for short-term deals and develop pitching in their pitching lab with Hefner. And those guys are coming through the pipeline. They're not going to do like what the Yankees did with the Padres and send them Randy Vasquez and Thorpe and Johnny Brito and Michael King. They're just not. They're going to trust their lab. They're going to trust their internal options. And I don't think that they're going to panic right now because Frankie Montas went down. I kind of have an inkling that they thought that this could happen and that they also knew how the Yankees knew that Stanton was out before we all learned. The Mets knew too. The Mets knew that this guy potentially was going down as well. Juan is in the Upper West Side. Juan, you're on. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, Steve? I get up to work every night and catch the last hour of your show, and I enjoy it so much. Even though you're so biased because you're a Yankees fan, I don't mind it. I'm a huge Mets fan. The most vibrant, expressive host that I could listen to all day. But just a few questions, and I'll hang up to listen to what you say. I've accepted the truth that throughout history, the Yankees have been the big brother, right? But as of this moment, for the past 5 years, I would say, since Cohen took over, I feel like the Mets have come back and taken over. And as Soto said, it's a Mets town now, not just because he said it, but I've seen storefronts advertising most Mets gear. All the other teams are in the back, including the Yankees and stuff. And like you just said a couple of minutes ago, you think that the Yankees lineup is better now than the Mets lineup is.
No, I don't. I think the roster is better. The Mets lineup is definitely better than the Yankees roster. Let's get this clear. The Yankees overall roster, I think, is better than the Mets. When you talk about the bullpen and rotation lineup, the hitters, the Mets have a better lineup.
What you think about last year? Was the Yankees lineup better?
No, because the Yankees only had two hitters. Remember Luis Severino's? You only got two hitters. You only got two good hitters. And when you look at the numbers that the Mets put up, like anybody could get you 1 through 9, and they went on a historic run. The Yankees weren't doing that. The Yankees had Rizzo in the lineup, Verdugo in the lineup. You know what I'm saying?
I misunderstood what you said. That defeats the purpose of my call because I was going to ask you if you really thought the lineup or roster was better, then how do you explain the Subway Series sweep last year and possibly this year?
Well, those are different teams.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And I can explain it. Thanks for the call, Juan. 888-808-1019. I appreciate you getting out of work and even catching the last hour of my show. All of this goes to podcasts. You can listen on demand wherever you get podcasts. And there's a rewind function in the Odyssey app. You can start from 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m. You can go back. So you never have to miss any of the show. It's 2025. Maybe if you only have radio and you miss it, you can't rewind on the radio. But if you have a phone and the Odyssey app, you can listen wherever. Last year is over. And the Mets sweeping the Yankees last year, good on the Mets. I remember the Mets played in Miami, and I guess they got stuck on the tarmac, and they got back to New York late. And the Yankees underestimated the Mets so much. They trotted out Jahmai Jones as leadoff, JD Martinez as the cleanup hitter, and I forget, I think it was Carlos Narvaez at catcher. It was just the absolute punt lineup, and they thought that they could get by. And I think the Mets beat the Yankees 3-2, and it served them right. I will tell you again, the Yankees do not care about the Subway Series. We get all hyped up about it, and the Yankees' approach is, it's just some games in June or wherever it may be. That's over now. I think now with the Juan Soto dynamic, you are going to see those games are going to be even more hyped up with the players. They're always hyped up with the fans, but even more competitive with the players. And again, the Mets lineup is one of the best in baseball. It's better than the Yankees. We don't even know how the Yankees are going to line up. We don't know who's leading off. We don't know who's hitting in front of Judge. We don't know. We don't know who's DHing now. There's no way. The Mets lineup is better than the Yankees. But the Mets overall roster, you can't compare the rotation and the bullpen. 888-808-1019. I'm running out of time. Call me up. We'll be right back. All right, yo. Trying to get through these questions on the chat. Appreciate y'all rocking, man. 22,000 plus. Where was I at? Okay, Pam was talking about meeting me at the T-Mobile store with Cecil Fielder and Paul O'Neill for the night before opening day season kickoff. That was fire. People acting like Keith isn't smart, like he got this gig on accident or something. Shameful. You know what it is, bro? You know what it is, bro? Like, what I said on air too was like, if you actually knew where I came from, what I had to navigate, the life decisions and choices I had to make to get here, you got to be extremely smart to get out of. Like, I come from a single parent household, my parents being divorced before I could remember things, middle child, having an older brother, younger sister, my mom not making a lot of money, living in apartments, living in like, bro, like people just gotta stop. Like, come on now. It's always LOL Mets around here. You Yankee fans got to chill. There's a reality where the Mets might have a better season than the Yankees, and that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Bro, why people got a problem with Jazz wearing purple and having a sick necklace? They got a problem with everything. You know, they got a problem with everything. All right, let's see. Mets fans like Loogie and Evan so confidently stating that their big brother to the Yanks is exactly like your little brother getting to sit in the front seat once they hit 10 years old. Meanwhile, the actual big bro sits in the back for a week knowing he lost the battle, signing Soto. But much more goes into winning the war for World Series titles. The money will eventually hurt the Mets' roster construction ability, but in the meantime, they've got a JV rotation going against a division full of starters. I like the analogy of the car. I can see another New York Liberty championship repeat. So can I. Pronounce every town in Texas and California. I can't even pronounce all these towns in New York. I'm pretty good with Jersey. You can put me on a test with the New Jersey towns. Who gonna have more wins next season, Giants or Dallas? Dallas, without a doubt. The Giants have the longest Super Bowl odds. The Giants have the toughest strength of schedule. The Giants don't have a quarterback. Hey, a 73-year-old caller told you tonight that you're the best on the fan since Francesa. I get it a lot, and I'm humbled by it. The radio is subjective. People have to like your voice, your style, your delivery, your knowledge, your tone. It took a while. Like when I first got on the radio, it wasn't like people were calling up to say you're the best. I'm getting that now. So I appreciate it. I hope the Yankees win a lot more games this season. Would they win 94 games last year? Yankees 2024 record. Yeah, they won 94 games. They were 94 and 68. So how much more is a lot, Pam? How much more is a lot? Their over-under is 93 and a half. Hit up the old heads complaining about Jazz one-piece chain. Like he could wear that while playing. It's for a picture. Like, people got to relax. We're not that bad off. 90-plus wins is nothing to cry about, y'all. 90-plus wins is a fun time. 80-plus wins, barely 82, that sucks. 90 wins, that's a fun time. I think this team can win 100 games. Over under 90 wins, Yankees, Mets, Red Sox. I don't know if the Red Sox will win 90 games. We'll see. I think the Mets can win 90. I think the Yankees can win 90. Mets probably like 87. Imagine waiting a half hour on hold just to insult, bro, and then double down on it after getting put in timeout. Exactly. Like, I gave you an opportunity. And the funny thing about these guys, yo, these be 50-year-old men up at 10:30, 11 at night. Listen to every show that I do. Listen to every second. And then they do. Okay. This is my opportunity to insult this guy's education and intelligence. And I don't even get mad about it. I'm just like, that's not a good way to start. And then they continue to double down on it. I will be at games too, Keith. Hit me up. You live in the Bronx, right? I'll be in the Bronx. The sigh. Yeah. Out of DJ Goldie Belly, who would you be most happy with playing like an MVP? Goldie. We got nothing out of first base last year. And Goldie is the oldest out of them. And Goldie 2 years ago was an MVP. And his MVP versus Belly's MVP and DJ getting votes for MVP, Goldie. Yanks could have had more wins if it wasn't for Prey Holmes. Big facts, bro. How many games did he blow? 13, 14, and they kept running him out there? 87 wins is low for the Mets. I said for the Red Sox. I think the Mets can win 90. I think the Yankees can win 90. 87 wins for the Red Sox. 92 and 70 is your prediction for the Mets? Run it. That's right around. Their over-under is 92 and a half. You think the Phillies and Braves will finish better than the Mets? I can't call it, man. The Braves, they got to get healthy and they got to come out of the gate. And they're Braves. They're a winning organization. They figured out. Same with the Phillies. They could. The Mets could be a third-place team, but I think now they're going to challenge. They're going to have a different look about him. Juan Soto is real. The Juan Soto impact is real. But you know Goldie will be serviceable. I don't. DJ has the highest chance of sucking. And if DJ sucks, they put his ass on the bench and they play Oswaldo or they trade for a third baseman. If Goldie sucks, who's playing first base? Belly has to play the outfield. If Goldie sucks, then we got to play DJ at first. If Belly sucks, we got problems. We don't have any other outfielders. For me, it's Goldie. Yo. All right, I got 20 minutes left in this show. Let's bring it home, man. The update is playing right now. I've been cutting the beats because YouTube has been flagging my videos from the music playing. So I haven't been playing the rejoin beats for y'all. Okay, I got 20 minutes left. Let's bring it home. KM to AM, keep McPherson on the fan. Appreciate y'all again. I'll say it every night. I'll say it every break. Like, this show does not go if nobody is calling, if nobody's listening, if we don't have 2,300 people watching live on the internet right now. Like, if I'm just sitting here and letting you into my sports mind and don't have any calls, I don't have a co-host, it is not the same vibe. So I appreciate you guys listening, calling, and helping to make the show. In this open mic time, there's a couple things from my notes, like what did we miss? What did I not bring up? And I'll sprinkle them there, and then I'll get to these calls, and we'll get up out of here. Appreciate you too, Zoo, as well. But I don't even have to say that. Zoo was the first person I met at WFA and opened the door for the boy. I didn't know anything about anything. I'm like, where do we go? What do we do? Appreciate you, bro. So, all right, in my notes, Joe Buck will be back. Joe Buck is going to call the Yankees-Brewers opening day game, his first national MLB broadcast since 2021. I hit him up on Twitter. I said, bro, bring Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman was my favorite quarterback as a young lad. The reason I chose number 8 playing football. Bring Troy Aikman to the Bronx. I doubt Troy wants to come through. F. Altuve. Those F. Altuve chants are going to turn to F. Juan Soto. Like, seriously, that might be opening day. They might just chant F. Juan Soto opening day. But Altuve has been testing the waters in left field. I saw a video and read a little article about Altuve playing left field. How funny is it? We make a big fuss about Marcus Stroman is a starter, not in the bullpen. I'm a starter. I don't want to go to the bullpen. Rafael Devers says, I'm a third baseman. I don't want to be a DH. I don't want to go to first, right? Altuve, world champ MVP, is shagging fly balls in left field to try to help the team. I really hope. I really hope he's in left field at Yankee Stadium. You guys know what a jungle and a zoo and a circus the left field bleachers can be. I'm too old. I don't even go over there anymore. It gets too crazy over there. If they put out Altuve in left field in front of some Yankee fans on a Friday or Saturday night, I got to see when the Astros come to town. That is going to be fun. 888-808-1019. I think I hit all the football stuff that I wanted to hit. I think the only thing in the NFL news that I didn't hit is that Netflix is looking to pay for the rights to the NFL Sunday ticket. So if you think you're paying a lot for Netflix now, I mean, they've dipped their foot into the sports streaming game on Christmas with the NFL. They're trying to get the NFL Sunday afternoon package from CBS or Fox, not the NFL ticket package. So Man, we are streaming the dream. We are in the future now. I remember getting Netflix CDs when I worked at Retro Fitness in Neptune, right? We used to at Retro Fitness play like Indiana Jones and Ferris Bueller's Day Off, like 80s movies on the TVs in there, and Netflix used to send them. And now Netflix is trying to get the NFL package. 888-808-1019. Ross is in Bergen County, back on the fan. Go for it, Ross.
Hello?
What's up, Ross?
Hey, you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, oh, my bad. How you doing, man? So, yeah, just really quick, piggyback off that Netflix thing. I saw that just overall. I mean, you're talking about, Ferris Bueller, all that, but even the way they took over Blockbuster, like, they were just, like, breaking onto this team. Now they basically got everything. I saw when Mr. Beast was on the NBA the other day. Now we got something on Netflix, on Amazon. I mean, just the way, like, stuff from YouTube and Twitch is now taking over the sports world and everything. It's crazy.
Ross, you're way too young to know about those Blockbuster weekends and nights. C-Mac's in here. What's up, Mac?
We had a Blockbuster around the corner when I was growing up. They closed down, it was like 5 or 6 years to get movies from there. But anyway, speaking about movies, I don't think I've talked to you since that Saturday night at U.S.-Canada. And I was sort of feeling too about it. I mean, I know there's kind of like the debate about like the all-out like fighting and all that. I mean, one thing with the WBC. Now you got hockey, we're thinking all out. You're seeing probably twice as much passion in those games in an already passionate sport that you might see on like a San Jose Shark game on a Tuesday night. And it's crazy. You like the complete like polar opposites of an all-star game nobody cared about to a formation thing that some players might care more about than their regular team. And it's crazy, like going into it, there's some guys like Petrangelo on Vegas with a Vegas team, which is kind of like known for being on the low with their players, telling them, throwing them an LTIR, trying to save as much cap as they can, preventing injuries. So like the fact that a lot of their players are kind of the first ones calling out of it. But now in hindsight, with just the championship game coming up, I mean, this has been, some team like what I said, a guy in Bettman who swings and misses a lot, he knocked it out of the park with this one and basically loaded, man, because this is one of the best things, if not the best thing he's done as long as he's been commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, the NHL is shining. They're winning. Thanks for the call, Ross. I cannot wait for the game Thursday, for there to be this much anticipation and talk during the break. The NHL has done a lot of things right. You can add this to the top of the list. 888-808-1019. I've got 14 minutes left. Let's go to Peter in Manhattan. Peter, you got it. What's up, Peter? And Peter's got a hold. Let's go to Mogo in Lakewood. What's up, man?
Thank you.
Hey.
What do you think the biggest Jets mistake was in the past bunch of years? Do you think it was
Zach Wilson
signing Aaron Rodgers or Zach Wilson?
Man, drafting Zach Wilson number 2 overall, giving him the keys to the franchise. Sorry, I just had to let you go. I don't know what was going on back there. I remember going to his first start, and I think he threw 3 interceptions against Bill Belichick's defense, and I'm like, this isn't going to go well. And, we were talking tonight, we already mentioned Zach Wilson when we were talking about Trey Lance and Anthony Richardson and how, somebody's going to get hyped up. It was almost Will Levis a couple years ago. Somebody's going to rise up. There's going to be a quarterback drafted in the top 10 that we're like, what? Didn't know this guy. Like Zach Wilson had 1 throw indoors in gym shorts. He was like rolling out and then throwing back like 60 yards in the air. And it's like, that's the guy. Man, for the Jets to have a rookie offensive coordinator in LaFleur, rookie head coach in Rob Saleh, rookie quarter, you had to know that Holy Trinity, that trifecta was not going to hit. That set the franchise back. If you picked maybe Justin Fields, who might end up being here now, or definitely not Trey Lance, or if you traded those picks back, I don't even know who else came out in that draft, but like that led you to the Aaron Rodgers debacle, right? You had to go get Aaron Rodgers because, all right, well, we can't use another draft pick on a quarterback. We got to get this, like the Zach Wilson mistake was huge. Just to have that number 2 overall pick and completely whiff on a quarterback, set your franchise back. Let's see what they do next. Lewis is in Hoboken on the fan. What's up, man?
What's up, Keith? How you doing, brother?
Good.
Just 2 points. A quick Yankees point. They quoted Vlad Guerrero saying that the Blue Jays aren't still at that number for him, and that pretty much 20 other teams are in competition for his signature. Is that something you think the Yankees should pursue next year, or should they start chasing after Murakami out of Japan before he signs a million-year deal with the Dodgers?
Yeah, I think Vladdy has got the Mets in his eyes. I think he's talked so much about the Yankees. I don't think he wants to be a Yankee. I don't want him to be a Yankee. He says he loves to kill the Yankees and he would never sign with the Yankees. So be it. And if he wants to sign with the Mets, he'd be perfect. I think the Red Sox will be in play for him. I think that the Toronto Blue Jays are going to try their best to keep him. I just think that they weren't going to bid against themselves right now. And they can always up the ante. They were willing to give Juan Soto $700 million, so they got the money. They can match any offer for Vladimir Guerrero if they really want to. But I don't think the Yankees. Munetaka Murakami, sure, but he'll probably be a Dodger, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then real quick on the Giants, I don't know if you saw the report. Floyd Mayweather trying to buy a 10% stake. You think that's something that could maybe give Mara and Fish kick up the where, just to try to make this team a little bit better, because we both know, Floyd ain't a quiet guy. Apparently they're trying to get 10%, but not a.
I was about to say it's not going to be a controlling stake. It's going to be so little that Floyd Mayweather. Funny enough, people criticize Floyd Mayweather's reading comprehension and his education. He won't have a seat at the table as far as GM hiring, head coach hiring, who they're drafting. He'll be in the shareholders meetings and that type of stuff. If it's him.
Don't you think that could be like just a loud public figure that could really, no one really calls Mara and Fish out on their issue.
What does Floyd Mayweather know about football in the NFL? He's Money Mayweather from knocking guys out, being TBE, the best ever. He can't be too loud about football decisions. I would trust Mara's decisions over Floyd.
Nowadays, who knows if we can trust Mara? The team's been awful for, since the Super Bowl pretty much. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I saw the article. Thanks for the call. Actually, my guy, Ryan Dunleavy, I think, posted it. It was written by Jacqueline Hendricks. And it talks about Floyd Mayweather. He's emerged as a potential buyer for the 10%. Putting together an offer said to be in the $700 million ballpark. My partners and I are always looking at different opportunities, including ownership of sports teams. I can't comment further than that. I don't think, though, like for Giants fans to think that like Floyd Mayweather, his fame and his influence, him being somebody that could give like Mara a kick in the ass, I don't think that's the thing. I think they're trying to sell and make this money, and I don't think they're looking for anybody else to be a fly on the wall after they had Hard Knocks and everybody got to be a fly on the wall, and now nobody is going to do off-season Hard Knocks. Literally, the whole NFL said no, thank you. After seeing how badly that went for the Giants, that's one and done. I enjoyed it so much. I was like, why didn't they do this sooner? Why didn't they start this earlier? We're seeing why. I think it would also be great for an African-American male to have ownership stake, for there to be 10% black owner in the NFL, but I do not expect Floyd Mayweather to be like, you know what? We need better linebackers. Like I don't what does Floyd know about the NFL? Let's see. There's probably only one team I'd be interested in pursuing, and it's the one I played for in 16 years. Who said this? For 16 years, and it's local and makes the most sense. But we just got to figure out if they would ever sell it. That was Eli Manning. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, no, that was Tom Brady. Tom Brady was famously part of an ownership group that acquired 10% stake in the Raiders. I don't know, the way this article has ads, don't you hate that? The articles have ads where it's like you'll read a little bit, then it's broken up. It was Eli Manning. Weeks before news of the sale broke, Manning, who spent 16 years with the New York Giants, blah, 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 said the idea of purchasing part of the former team is definitely something of interest. Does he have that 700 mil to put up? He could possibly be a part of an ownership group. The Giants need to get a quarterback ASAP. The Giants need to figure out a veteran. Malik Neighbors is on tour talking about, wanting a veteran quarterback and also wanting a rookie in here to help the veteran. And, man, we're coming up on it. We're coming up on the time. Let's see. Anything else that I did not include? Oh, the Dustin May story. Did you guys hear the Dustin May story? Dustin May, he ate a salad last year that ended his season. It was a freak accident. A hard piece of lettuce tore his esophagus, and he had to go to the emergency room. So, like, the Dodgers learned from freak random things like that happening last year. They have so much depth. I saw a picture today of Roki Sasaki, Yamamoto, Otani, Tyler Glass now, Tanner Scott. I'm like, oh my, like they are gonna be tough. Like just like this, I don't know. But these dream teams get put together and the wheels fall off. It doesn't always work that way. The baseball gods have a weird way of working against teams like that. So on paper, you look at the Dodgers and it's like, damn, they have so many. Blake Snell, they have so many possible starters and guys coming out of their bullpen, but they still got to go out there and play. They still got to get the job done. Mets, Yankees, fans, we got to come together. It is us versus the Dodgers, the new evil empire. Josh is in Passaic, my last call of the night. Take as much time as you need, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. First off, do you think that, let's say the NHL decides to run back to 4 nations next year, would any teams block their players from potentially playing due to, injuries happening in intense games?
I think I read something about this being like a precursor to the Olympics or some other international play where they wouldn't run it back next year. They wouldn't do it next year. They have an all-star game.
Bucks injured the goalie that just went out. Teams might be, we're not like, clearly the number one team. We're nervous about the players rather than, if they were to get injured, being actual games they're playing for us, not teams are playing for their country.
It's a different culture. As I was listening to PK Subban talk on ESPN today, he talked about basketball players, like they shut it down. They load manage. They don't play games. Like Ben Simmons, he collected all that money and wore street clothes, and that's fine. Anthony Davis is always hurt. That's fine. Hockey players, they play hurt. They play injured. Are you hurt or you're injured? They don't care. They go out there and play both hurt and injured. And I don't think that their teams are looking at them and saying, hey, don't get hurt for our regular season. They understand that country is greater than city. And these guys are going out there competing. And like I read the quote from Jack Hughes earlier. He said, you ask anyone in this room, the NHL season is on the back burner. We got Canada and US Thursday. That's all that matters right now. Like these players want to win for the United States. They want to win for the narrative that the United States has passed Canada as the hockey country. They are not worried about the New Jersey Devils. They are not worried like Connor McDavid can't be worried about the Oilers, the Edmonton Oilers. Like they are going out there trying to compete, and they'll worry about their injuries and what happens in the second half.
You just wonder if the NBA is thinking about, USA versus world. How about they just break it up, maybe keep 2 American countries and then 2 European countries or something to put some more intensity into the actual games so these people keep complaining. You mentioned Ben Simmons. Isn't it ironic that him and James Harden are on the same team? Right? Just, go back 2 years, go trade it for each other. I could say Harden was a wrecking ball for the Sixers franchise, but it was a little bit, they had their times and he was chucked and Ben Simmons, comes here, barely plays any games. Now they put them on the same court. I mean, listen, but as much as it can't be as bad as putting 2 sticks from a tree on a team like, the Sixers starting to bring Paul George with Embiid. That is also very funny with the Sixers.
Yeah, I thought it was hilarious for a couple reasons, right? Daryl Morey wouldn't let Sean Marks get off the phone until he made the trade to send, Ben Simmons to Brooklyn and James Harden to reunite. In Philly, I hated all of that. I never wanted that trade to go through, but I also thought it was funny that Ben Simmons got on the podcast talking about, yeah, I didn't appreciate Philadelphia fans. Like they've got real fans, whether they're booing you or they're cheering you, they have fans that care. And I'm like, bro, now, he basically talked about the Nets fans being like little brother to the Knicks and not being like a real fan base. Now you have Clipper fans and that big fake wall that they built, and they're paying fans to go out there and cheer for you. You're on a little brother team in LA with James Harden. So whatever. I don't care about Ben Simmons or James Harden or the Clippers. Anything else, Josh?
might be a little tough, but not too much. You know, let's hold off. Don't run and start another player. Even though, you know, there's no bad one-year deals, you know, the position deep.
That's it, Josh. C-Mac is coming up next. I'm out of here. Good night. And that's the show.
Get out of this cold and into the hottest President's Day heat.
Another one. Like, I give my callers enough time. I gave young Josh the last word on my show with the music playing, you know? Appreciate y'all following me. Appreciate y'all watching. Let's see here. Let me answer these last questions. What team will show interest for Vlad next year? The Mets. Leaf Diggy. You. What up, Keith? What up? Will Stafford be good for the Giants? No. He's going to be LA Ram. He's going to continue to play for the Los Angeles Rams. He's not going anywhere. I got to bundle up. It's mad cold. It's brick. It's dumb cold. I got to go home now. I got to go drive home now. I got to get out of the way now. C-Mac is coming in to do his show now. Now you got to listen to the fan on the free Odyssey app. But, man, like being able to pull over 2,000 people into these streams, we're doing something here. I think this was a good idea, and I will get these streams to be better audio, video, all of that. But, man, thanks for watching. We'll do this again tomorrow at 7. And then again Friday at 7. So that's all I got. Appreciate y'all, man. If you're not following me on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, and then the Instagram stream cut off, whatever. You're following me somewhere if you're watching. I appreciate you. Good night.